Okay. Wow, everybody. Okay, good morning. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, June the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So yeah, coin. I've taken some off. 40, I mean, I have no idea where this is going. I mean, I know the next low looking left is 47.65. So the first news that I saw on the coin was that coin could lose 30%. I think it said 30% of its value based on what's happening with Binance. And then the next news, and this was after I was already short this, came out and said that the SEC is actually suing them. So this is just a huge move down. I mean, this stock was sitting at $60. It's down to 47.90. And of course, it's dragging down most of the other Bitcoin plays. Let's take a look at BITO. BITO, it's had a bounce. Mara and Riot were also moving down, but coin is just getting clobbered here on that news. You know, SEC sues Coinbase, alleges it is an unregistered broker dealer. Oof. So Darren, here, you just have to go to my homepage, okay? Let me just give you my homepage and go to the scan section. When you click, well, definitely there, definitely there. Click on my homepage link and scroll down. You got to scroll down until you see the scan section. Here's the scan section. Here they are. Now, guys, I haven't done too much pre-market work in terms of the number of stocks that are moving up or down because I was so involved with the coin. Hoth, of course, is another huge one this morning. I'm not in this one. Whoops. HOTH, not. This is an Alzheimer's play. And this is just going absolutely crazy. Low flow, 3.2 million. This is one I'm not in. I was concentrating so much on the coin. The other one to keep an eye on, if you were in the room yesterday, I remember saying this about this stock, GTLB. Said, well, they have earnings after hours, and wouldn't it be something? Because at that point they were just sort of in this area around the 37 area. And I said, man, what if they have good earnings and they break through all of this? Well, look what happened. So GTLB, great earnings, obviously, through the 200-day moving average. And if you look left, there's still a little bit of room. $51 is the next high looking left for GTLB. Not saying it's getting there. Now, this is a massive gap up, 30%, 80 million in the float. So it's not crazy low, not high. And there is another earnings play to keep an eye on is CIEN, another earnings play to keep an eye on. CIEN, this is getting crushed out. Next low looking left, looks like it's 43.99. Is that right? 44.02. So it's a little bit below that low. The next low looking left on the daily chart is, looks like that's about 44. So really 43, 42. I'm hearing TO. Uh-oh, not good. William, are you still in this one if you're in the room? TO? Boy, this is getting clobbered here. Oh man, coin continues. Oh, 46.65. That is the next low looking left. If it takes that out, but it's such a damaging headline. Hindenburg is on tail. Thank you, Mr. Two. Well, it is shortable too for me. Not it's too late now for me, but I don't even know what do they do. What do these guys do? Financial, et cetera. Okay. Boy, well, Hindenburg absolutely crushing it then on this Teal short. Again, if you're wondering who Hindenburg is, big short seller. They come up with these reports, scathing reports on companies, and they've been right probably more times than wrong. I think they cut their teeth on Nikola, NKLA, way back, and I mean way back when it was almost $100, 55 cents now. Morning, relax. Meanwhile, guys, GTLB making a little bit of a move here. Now, obviously, it could go one way or the other. That's a massive gap. So it's got room to the upside, but of course, it may fade. The pre-market high, it looks like it was around 46.84, so it's getting close to that. Sorry, the post-market high after hours yesterday when it released earnings. Now there are other things happening. Well, it's getting close to that post-market high, guys. GTLB. CLS, I think they did a financing. CLS did a financing at $12. So it's kind of trying to hold that financing price, but that's the reason for its gap down. THO is another earnings play. THO is another earnings play. THO is another earnings play. And I repeat myself a lot. I was asked to do that by a few people. Sometimes they come in late. They just hear the tail end. So I do it about 3 times. And now the 4th time. THO is an earnings play. Okay. Big gap up on earnings. So, I mean, look at this. Wiping out all of this on the daily chart through the 200-day moving average. Next high looking left, not that far away though. On a percentage basis, it's just not that far away. Doesn't mean it's going to stop there. I asked the question about Grove. When did they do that 1-for-5 reverse split? I just can't see when they did it. I'm checking our news here. I just don't see. Usually I'll see something. And I'm going back to the 13th. I just don't see anything on the. Excuse me. Now, if it was today? I'm just surprised that I don't see it in Interactive Brokers, nor I see it in our headlines. January 6th, June 6th. Really? Today? Interesting. I don't see it at all. I'm not disputing or saying it hasn't happened. I just don't see it. Yeah, you're right. I do see it in. Yeah, I do see it with TradingView. You're absolutely right. It's funny. Usually, you'll see this in headlines in Interactive Brokers, and even ours. Usually what it'll say is the day before that they're going to be doing the one, or that they'll be letting people. Yeah, well, in a headline they'll be letting um, as a news release saying that that's when the reverse split will be effective or in effect. Just don't see it. Is this one of the, is this one that was sprung on the market? Remember, I can't remember the one. It was probably maybe a year ago, maybe even 2 years ago. The one that was sprung on the market in the pre-market, and it just went crazy. It hadn't been announced at all until the pre-market. You guys might remember that one. Okay, coin. Well, so much for 47.36 or 56 or 65, whatever that low was here. Such a damaging bunch of news now. Of course, that Binance is in the news. And I don't follow this stuff at all. Like I've never owned Bitcoin. But I mean, this is just devastating. Did Kathy take a bunch again of this, or is she completely out? There's CN guys continuing down. CIEN continuing down. Another just hit hard. 146 million in the float, almost down 10% now. Just give me a moment, please. All right, I did hear this one, Chris. Okay, so it's come right back. When I say here, this is text to voice. This gap up, but it has come right back down. I think what's happened is you see that big topping tail on the SPY. I think you're going to see some stocks like that. These are fake prints of some sort. All right, guys, 9/11. Let me see if there's any upgrades in that. Well, I know there will be some. See if it's hit my email. Some upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Wow, coin. Wow. Gotta keep this up on my chart here. So I shorted this at around 53.50, some underneath 50, about 49.80, and then 50.50. And then I was ticked off. I wasn't able to get it under 50. I missed but I got it under 49. I've traded some out, but boy, I mean, this is just getting, I mean, there's another low way over here. So I just have to keep an eye on this. So let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades. I wonder if coin's been downgraded. No, no. I'm sure all those downgrades will come in tomorrow. Wow. See if anybody upgraded coin last night. Nope. Okay. Okay. This is from briefing.com. So nothing to do with trade ideas. This is just a service from briefing.com. It's free. It's sent to my, excuse me, gets sent to my email at about 10 after 9 Eastern every morning. Really what I'm looking for is to see whether or not, let's see if Goldman has got any upgrades or downgrades, or if there is one stock that is being multiply upgraded or downgraded. In this particular case, I do not see anything from Goldman. Bank of America is really active this morning. Bunch of upgrades. CVE got upgraded by Goldman. CVE got upgraded by Goldman. Let's see if there's any effect yet. Not really. Really. But it's got a little bit of room. What's the float like? That's a huge float, 1.36 billion. I mean, it's got some room maybe to about 18, but that's a big float. Now let me get the take a look at the downgrades, and I'll get these into the room uh, once I get the downgrades listed here. Take a look at this one, guys. I don't know what's going on with EPAM. I didn't see this one. EPAM has been downgraded by. Keep an eye on EPAM, guys. EPAM's been downgraded by at least three firms: Barclays, Citigroup, and KeyBank. At least three firms. It's not an earnings play. It's pretty expensive, 197, but it has been downgraded by three companies at least. That is EPAM. Dollar General has been downgraded again. They had earnings. A couple of more downgrades for DG. They had earnings last week. Davidson's downgrading Apple. I have to admit, I saw that commercial for that product. Cool. It's a long commercial. Was that what it was, Jethro? They gave bad guidance yesterday? Was it an earnings play yesterday? Okay. We take a look at EPAM. I don't have EPAM unless they did this early. We have that it's August 3rd. Where do you see the guy? I'm just looking. I'm just checking my cutting outlook. Okay, yeah. Cutting outlook falls 17% after they've cut their outlook. Okay, so they don't actually release. Doesn't look like they release until August 3rd, but they're really prepping the market. That doesn't look good. So that's outlook. Okay. Now we're in for basically a completely flat open on the SPY. Oh, for me, the big watches, GTLB to see if it continues. Okay, because it does have room, but it's a huge gap. It's an earnings play. So I mean it might fade, but it still has room. Looking at that daily chart up to 51. It's what the net looks like. That's where the next high is, or 50.64. Okay. Meanwhile, Tio just getting smashed here. And this is as Hindenburg takes a short position in FinTech Tingo. Oh, coin. I love it. I keep hearing coin over and over again. And my gap down, text to voice. She keeps saying coin over and over again. Meaning it's a female voice. Okay, on our text to voice. What? Look at this drop, guys. 60 down to 46 now. Wow. Okay, well, let's take a look at the sectors now. 918. Let's take a look at the sectors. What's happening? I just have to have coin on another monitor here. So I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm clicking on new and then docked channel bar. And then I'm going to go down to the show more. Click on show more so I can see all the channels. Clicking on sector status. Let's see what's happening. Give me one moment, please. Give me one moment, guys. Having a little discussion with our other traders at Trade Ideas. Okay, guys, so here's what you're seeing here. So, okay, sorry, I'm just very distracted on this coin stuff. So these are the major sectors. So this is XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you see 100% red, what that means is that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So I don't know what the price of oil is right now, but obviously it must have dropped a bit. So after the pop yesterday. So but that's what that 100% red means. And as I said, we're basically in for a flat open. It So what I'd rather do right now, I mean, it's about 50-50 on financials, about 50-50 on discretionary, consumer staples, about 75%, 50-50 on retail, et cetera. So more importantly, though, what happened yesterday? So the Dow was down and the Nas was down a little bit. Let's take a look at the sectors now. The major sectors and where are they with respect to their 200-day moving average? XLE. Now, it's interesting. That's right. Remember XLE yesterday when we looked at the pre-market, every single stock was above Friday's close. And so XLE at the beginning of the day had a nice ramp up and then it closed below the open. There's that red candle. And it actually closed below the close of Friday. So there's the 200-day moving average. That there is the excuse me, the blue line right there, that is the 200-day moving average. And so XLE is still below. Retail, XRT, let's take a look at XRT. I know it's below, but let's see how far below. Still below. So what I like to do is to take a look at the major sectors, even though the SPY, is getting closer, to those levels, those all-time high levels. I'm just looking at the major sectors. So that's two of them that are below the 200 moving average. XLP sitting right on it. Look what it did. It popped above it, and then it basically closed right at it. So I'm going to have to call that a push. Okay. Healthcare, XLV. Okay. Again, a bit of a push here. It got just like healthcare. I'm sorry, just like consumer staples. So it popped above the 200-day and just closed a little bit below it. Industrials, XLI. Oops, XLI. Okay, so that is definitely above that 200-day moving average. Financials, no way. But let's see, are they getting a little bit closer? I mean, that will be the day, guys, when financials take out that 200-day moving average. Okay, that'll be, I mean, again, just got hammered. Basically, on that regional, when all those regional banks started to fail or get hit hard, some of them failed, of course. Consumer discretionary still above it. By how much now? Did it, what sort of a drop? No, it's still moving away. Materials, XLB. Here's another one. On Friday, it popped above. Yesterday, it touched it, but still closed a little bit above it. And of course, communications and tech are going to be way above it, way above it. And tech, XLK above it. So there were only two major sectors that are below the 200-day moving average. We have a couple that are right at it, but only two major sectors, and that's retail and energy. Good morning, YouTubers. So the GTLB, the VWAP is 45.74. So it's still a little bit above the VWAP, okay? Above the 200-day moving average, of course. Again, could go one way or the other. We just don't know. I mean, there's the after hours high, had huge earnings release after hours. So interesting because if you're in the room yesterday, I was watching this yesterday and I said, man, if and I we saw that, well, we could tell that we're going to release earnings after hours. I said, man, what if it takes out all this? What if this has just some kind of a stupendous earnings release because of the huge room it has? Now, that was stupendous. Not only I was hoping maybe it would get, 30 or 40, 39 or 40. But I mean, it's so far up and through the 200-day moving average. Meanwhile, coin continues its descent. Where is this going? Got all the way down to 45.31. But I think as Real is saying, I mean, this could go one way or the other, man. It's such a massive pop for GTLB. And there are a lot of shorts available, Interactive Brokers, 688,000. So a lot of shorts available there. So I'm assuming that there are lots of shorts available. Inclined to, 44.55 are kind of the lows right here. Forget that bottoming tail. I don't believe that. So I would, if it takes out 44.55, it could be pretty significant on the downside. And again, if it takes out on the upside, if it takes out that after hours high, could be significant on the upside. ICL, I'm hearing ICL. Whoa, ICL. Is this shortable for me? This is shortable. 129,000 shares. What's happening with ICL? 560 down to 5. It's not an earnings play. Israeli company. I don't see any specific news on ICL. Yeah, I remember it. Well, I actually have it on the list. It was Forza, FRZA. I still don't know if they even released anything. It was FRZA. I mean, it's up. I should have mentioned it. It is up, but terribly erratic. I mean, okay. This is their massive. This is their big news. Can we say a bad word? I mean, this is the news, guys. That the company announced that Forza X1 electrified event to take place on Saturday, July the 8th. That is their big news. Now you have to, this, but in the context of what they said, is that stay tuned for some unbelievable news that we're going to announce. This was on Friday. I'm sorry, this was here. This was Friday, okay? That was Friday. Big news. And then, waiting for all that, what was going to be this huge news. Now, I'm not saying it, for that company, I'm sure it's big, but it was probably the most. Thank you for that, William, or whoever. I know there's less than a minute for this market to open, but that had to be probably one of the most promotional press releases I have ever seen, truly ever seen. After a cryptic Friday tweet. Let me see if I can get it up. Anyway, okay, guys, market's going to open in less than 3 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15. Of course, I'm not talking about pre-market. There's the GTLB on the way down now, guys, on the way down. But it is early. It's early. Okay, well, you're brand new to trade ideas. Okay, if you haven't done the 10 videos, you should do that first, okay? At least you should know, let me just show you. You probably don't have to do them all if you've already logged into Trade Ideas and all. Oh, you've already done that? So you understand what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and all that, so you understand that? Well, I mean, where to start? I mean, it depends what sort of a trader you are. I mean, I can give you my layout, but that doesn't mean that that's what it depends on what sort of a trader. Are you brand new to trading? If you're brand new to trading, there's a course you probably should that we created that you should probably take a look at. Well, again, are you brand new to trading? Okay, you're not brand new. Okay. Well, it depends on what sort of trader you are. Are you like pullbacks? Are you a momentum trader? I am a momentum trader. Okay, like to see stocks near the highs or the lows of the day. So that right there, that momentum up is a good scan to have if you are a momentum trader. You can also, what I would do also is I would take a look at our channel bar. Click on new from our toolbar, click on docked channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. You might just want to, click through them, see if there's a scan. Usually they're named in a way that makes sense. And you might see something you say, oh, that looks interesting. Let's take a look at it. Okay. And see what it's looking for. And of course, if you have, yeah, well, if you're part of the test drive, you'll have the AI. I'm just waiting for the alerts to happen. If you don't have this up and running, the strategy trades all window, I would do that. So I would click on new and then click on premium AI strategy trades window and have that window up and running. You'll have no alerts until at least 9:35. Okay. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Well, Mateo, how to save, just right click. I mean, you have an alert window, right click and save or share to cloud. Okay. How to save like any scan that you create, right click on the alert window or on a race or on a top list window, virtually anything. That's always the context is to right click, save or share to cloud and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Okay. Guys, take a look at you. You, of course, had that was a great winner for a lot of us yesterday on that Apple news, but it's starting to fade a little bit. Apple actually had a little downgrade this morning. Okay. And of course, if you should know the story behind you and Apple. Apple gave them a huge endorsement. BHC guys, BHC. This is from my 10-day daily breakdown. Whoa, look at this. Right at the 200-day moving average. And looking left underneath is 6. I'm not sure if I mean, you can definitely cancel it right here in orders, okay? I would go to orders. I mean, that's for sure you can cancel if you had an order and you would just right click on it and you will see cancel order. Okay. I've actually not tried to cancel an order right on the chart. I'm not 100% sure you can do that. I don't use Brokerage Plus. I'll be flat out, telling you I don't use Brokerage Plus. I demonstrate its use as a simulator, but you can certainly. What I would do is to be sure, just go to orders. You'll see it, right click and cancel it. It's probably just as easy. How can you see the high and low for a stock? Wow, look at Mara. Holy smokes, guys. Mara and Riot, I mean, they're just getting crushed on all this, I'll just call it Bitcoin news, Binance news. The current high and low for a stock. Okay, that would require a custom formula. Over, okay. Okay, guys, there's Hoth. Hoth making, there it is, Hoth, HOTH. Big Alzheimer news. Announces positive preclinical. Now it's preclinical. I mean, but there is the news for Hoth. Oh, yeah, it would require a custom formula. Okay. I mean, it's simple. If you've ever done one before, it's just high underscore low. And there's Castle, guys, CSTL. I could show you later. Okay, Topher. It's just a little bit. Okay, there you go. So Pepe's, I wonder, is that easier, Pepe? How many clicks is that? Are you talking from the chart? Yeah. So I would look, you know what? I think it's probably easier to just go to positions and just left click on it and then it'll say cancel. So or just pick delete order or whatever. Okay. I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. Well, look at AI, guys. AI is making a first initial big move right here. It's taking out yesterday's high, which was 35.93. The next high looking left is 42.14. Is that right? Yeah, no, that's not right. 37.25 is the next high looking left for AI. Yeah, you can change the transparency. Question is how to change the transparency of the watermark. So if you right click, I think anyway, right click and go to um, select chart style. Okay. And then click on color grid and then watermark opacity. I have it right because I'm trying to make it very clear for people who are watching my monitor, but you can do this. You can just slide it. So I'm at 100%. So the answer is yes, just like Pepe is saying. Okay. So again, right click and select chart style and then color grid. And then down here is watermark opacity. Okay. Okay, guys. So I'm all out of the coin now, guys. The coin's had the bounce, so I'm all out of the coin. I may look at it later if it takes out the low of the day, but I'm all out of the coin now. Whew. So, Topher, have you ever created a custom formula? Was that yes? Was that a yes for me at 9:37? No, no. I just asked the question. Yeah, I saw Shop earlier. I did see Shop in the pre-market. It was looked like it was having a pretty decent day, but pretty choppy to start. Okay, guys, little break here. Okay, well, that was the direction so far for GTLB, the fade. I am Don, guys. I mean, Don had a crazy day yesterday, in my opinion. I mean, is it not? It's still negative. Had the huge pop, gave it all up. I think it actually went negative. It's still dropping a little bit. The reason I would follow this, I don't know, for the next week or so, because multiple firms have got huge price targets on this, ranging from about 38 to 50. Okay, including Wedbush. I think I think coin. I believe the VWAP is at 48.43, so it is just below the VWAP right now. Somebody mentioned Bria earlier. Oh, look at this. They're getting crushed here now. Um, I think they put $100,000. They acquired $100,000 stake in Manchester United. Okay, and I guess they're hoping that it gets bought. But look at it getting crushed now. Not shortable for me. I don't know if that ever was shortable for me. And that is BREA. Okay, so we have, you know what? Ah, that's why. Shoot, waiting for some AI alerts. A moment. Shoot, I missed. So these are, so if you've got well, if you're part of the test drive, guys, this is what the AI looks like. You know, nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Now, how you trade them will be up to you. Okay. So you can see there's the CIEN. The alert was at 42.60. It's at 42.27 now. Maybe a little early. I don't know. It's an earnings play. Coin, of course. Well, I have to see what happens here. And then there's Hoth. I would put an alert at 417 to see if it retakes that. UTLB, what it's looking at is a potential bounce, I guess. 42.60. So it's looking at a potential bounce. All right, guys. G triple I is an earnings play. G triple I is an earnings play. Look at this earnings. I didn't see this in the pre-market. I mean, maybe the volume was too low, but look at this earnings play. G triple I earnings play. Big gap up through the 200-day moving average. And again, if you're wondering when I keep saying an earnings play, anything for me anyway, anything that released earnings after hours or in the pre-market. So the mauve area you see here in my 15-minute chart, that's the after hours. So they did not release after hours. They released pre-market. That's the tan area. Now, if you guys want my layout exactly as you see here, except for the brokerage plus window, okay? Unfortunately, it doesn't, even though I give you the layout and I have it included, but it doesn't show up. You'll have to add it. I'll show you how you can do that. So if you want my layout as you see it here, I'll give you two links for it. Okay, so the first one says test drive layout, and the second one says test drive dock layout. They're exactly the same in terms of the scans. The difference is this is what a dock looks like, okay? How you can put, various trade ideas windows into, I guess I can call it a container. Now, if you're using our web-based version, this is not available, so you'd have to use the one called test drive layout instead of test drive dock. The test drive layout would be free floating, so it'll look like these windows would be free floating. You can move them around, okay? So it's up to you. If you like the idea of a dock, then you go for this one. But if you want them free floating, you just pick the first one, test drive layout. All right, so there's down starting from GTLB. The alert for GTLB and the AI was 4374. And let's see though. I mean, let's see if it can keep going. Don't lose sight of the Hoth, guys. I mean, if Hoth takes that 417 out again, a low float, 3.2 million in the float. And when you look left, the next high is 531. So, I mean, there is a ton of, well, actually, the 200-day moving average is at 480. So, I mean, that could stall it right there. But, I mean, there's still a lot of room for this to move. Maybe it's just resting right now. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I'm not sure how many shorts are actually available in other brokerage platforms. And it might get going now, guys. I mean, just keep a close eye on it. And again, how you trade the AI is up to you. Okay. I mean, you have entries, or I call them alerts. Okay. I actually wish we would rename this because I think people get hung up on, wow, you get an alert at 4374 and now it's 4382. I guess I've missed my entry. No. Wow, look at Hoth. I mean, it is still whippy. First, still very, very whippy. So I have my alert again set up in this area. Reset my price alert. Remember, because Hoth has that very, very low float, 3.2 million in the float. So look how many shares is traded? 45 million, 430 times normal up to this time of the day. Waiting on this Hoth guy just to see if it can take out that, get up to that 415 level again. Okay, G triple I, so it had the pop. Maybe, if this takes out 20, this might be an interesting short. It's an earnings play, a couple little topping tails. If it takes out 20, this could be an interesting short. I mean, the market is not, NAS is down a little, Dow's down a little, SPY is down a little. So nothing, not a lot of action. Now, I want to put the test drive link in. If you still want to take part in this test drive, you can do so. I'm putting the test drive link in right now. Okay, so this is what you'll see. So the test drive, it started yesterday, but you can still sign up for it today. You get the balance of today. Give me a moment. Watching Hoth, watching Hoth. Boy, it's still whippy, guys. It is still very whippy. Teasing us again at that level. So just reset my alert again. Just because I get an alert doesn't mean I pile into the trade. All right. Back to the test drive. So the test drive started yesterday, but you can still sign up for today. It will cost you $11.11. You'll get the balance of today. So let's call it 9 days. You'll get 9 days because it goes to the 20th inclusive. You get 9 trading days for $11.11. And that's about it. I mean, you'll have access to our premium service. The only thing you will not be able to do is you will not be able to auto trade anything. So if you wanted to take the test drive because you wanted to auto trade, then don't do it. Okay, you cannot auto trade in this test drive. That simple. If you're a standard subscriber though, and you wanted to try our premium service out for those 9 days, you can do so. It'll cost you $11.11. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay. We do not put you into a subscription when the test drive is over. We are not that sort of a company. Okay. So we only do this, we're doing it way more infrequently now. We used to do it 4 times a year, once a quarter. Last one was in October. So I have no idea when the next one is. So if you think you can afford $11.11 for 9 trading days, go for it. Well, the AI is on trial. You just can't auto trade it. Okay. You just can't auto trade anything, but you have access to the AI. We are eliminating the ability to auto trade the AI anyway. Okay, even it has nothing to do with the test drive. The only thing you'll be able to auto trade in the future would be a strategy that you create yourself. I don't believe in auto trading at all, but it's completely up to you if you want to. You just can't auto trade even your own strategies during this test drive. What is auto trading? There's a way in which you get an alert and it automatically takes the trade and right at that price or close to it. So it automatically takes the trade. Okay, you don't have to manually, you don't have to click on the alert and then go to your order entry and then take the trade. It'll automatically do it. Very scary. Certainly not recommended by me ever. Why? When I get an alert from any one of my scans, I don't care if it's in the AI or anything else I've created, I always want to click on it. I always want to see what's happening, what the pattern is it's coming from, maybe what the market's doing, and then of course quickly looking left to see it if it has any room to keep moving before it hits the next high. Now you can do all that, once you're trading for a while, you can size a lot of this up in seconds. Okay, so if you loaded my layout, yeah, so you don't, so all you do is click on new and then brokerage plus. Okay, so from our toolbar, so the question was, I've put my layout in as a link, but unfortunately brokerage plus does not load with it. So you just go to our toolbar, click on new and then brokerage plus, and then this will show up. Okay, you may have different column headers. And in a bit, I'm going to show how I like to demonstrate its uses as a simulator. There is a way in which if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this to trade from within Trade Ideas. And you can do that. You can do that during the test drive if you want to. But I would use the simulator. I mean, I would use the simulator before you connect it to a live account. This Hoth guys, I mean, it really looks interesting if it can, get a little bit more and hold this time. If this gets into the mid 20s, I mean, that might leave that four level behind. And again, I don't tell anybody what to trade. I'm not ever going to say, okay, you all should take this trade if it gets into the mid 20s. I'm just kind of laying out what I see. If it meets your trading style, your plan, fine. But you're not going to hear me say, okay, take this trade at this price. This is not that sort of a room. I am not a financial advisor. So when you say in the layout, you mean docked? Like this, docked? Okay. Now, yesterday, can you give me a moment? Because right now, I mean, it's not that important to put it in the dock right now. Okay. Can you give me a moment? Because there was something that how it used to work for me to put it's the only window that it's a bit of a mess to put into a dock. Okay. Not that I'm aware of, KP. keep waiting on this Hoth. The reason I have to be ready for it is because of that float. I mean, anything can happen. I mean, if it really gets some, ton of volume coming back into it, it could just pop right through that. But I mean, it's been difficult right now. Let me see if I can get this to work the way I was told now. I just want to keep an eye on this. Okay, I'm just going to do this on my own to see if this works. Opening a dock window. It says it is. Save. No, that does not work for me at all. So you can try, and maybe because I'm on a development build, okay? You can try this, Jim. Go click on tools and then options and then layouts. Tools, options, layouts, and check open in dock window. Okay, check that. You following so far? And then save it. Okay, so again, go to tools, options, layouts, opening windows, check open in dock window, and then save it. Again, this is not working for me because I'm on this development build, and I never would want this to work anyway. There's only the one thing for Brokerage Plus. But are you able to do what I just did and then save? I mean, that's the first step. Okay. You are not in a development version. You shouldn't be anyway. No, well, you haven't done it yet. That was just the first step. Okay. The next step should be this. If you shut down Brokerage Plus, okay, close it down, exit out, then load it again. File, load from cloud. I'm sorry. Load it again, click on new, and then Brokerage Plus. Then it should appear in the dock somewhere. If it doesn't work, then there it's the only one that you have to do that to put something in a dock. Otherwise, it's so simple to put something in a dock. You just right click, duplicate in whatever dock window you want. But Brokerage Plus is the only one that doesn't do that easily. I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but you're not in a dev version, okay? Well, you could, but what version of Trade Ideas do you have? I mean, it's just not to me. It's just not that big a deal. I mean, you got one thing floating. Well, it shouldn't say dev. It should say beta, not dev. I mean, I'm on a version that is maybe just semantics. Yeah, so that's not the same. I'm on a dev version 5.6.56, but that is a dev version, development version. I'll be honest. I mean, it's not that big a deal to have it in a dock. It's the only one that is a bit of a bear to put into a dock. And if you did all those steps and it doesn't work, then they're not gonna be able to help you. It must be some I hate to call it a bug because it's just, very few people do it. Yeah, so Pepe, I asked him to shut it down, close it down, and then you have to load it, and it should go into, somewhere. You have to find it though. It's not gonna just pop into it's not gonna look like this. It usually it'll pop in somewhere in the dock. You kinda have to find it. Yeah, maybe it's hidden behind a window. It's possible. It's just not that big a deal. So the question, is that blue arrow okay, in the AI, if there's anything from the AI, the blue arrow, yeah, it signifies that's the candle in which the alert happened. Okay, that's all it's telling you. If I had a 5-minute chart up, it would show me the can on the 5-minute chart. That's where it tell me, okay? That's what the blue arrow signifies on everything. If I click on Zura, okay, well, that's a bad example. If I click on something earlier, Hoth earlier from here, another bad example. GNS. Okay, if I click on GNS here, you see there's a blue candle or a blue arrow. That's just telling you the where the alert happened, the candle in which the alert happened. So if I go back to a 15-minute chart, you'll see on a 15-minute chart, there's the blue arrow. The slight difference with the AI is that if it's a short, it'll be a down arrow also. Okay. Every other time when you click on any other outside of the AI, it'll just give you an up arrow. It doesn't mean, to go long or to short. It's just an indicator where the alert happened. But you can also see, of course, in the y-axis where the alert is. Let's take a look at MDU. Yeah, it's covering it. Hoth. Okay, up here is there. That's where the alert was at 417. Okay, now so that's what the blue arrow is signifying. It's a good question. I mean, something has already popped so much in the pre-market, up whatever it is, say 100%. How can you possibly trade something that because it can keep going higher? I mean, these low float situations, I mean, not all the time, and I don't know what's going to happen with Hoth later on, but for me, the matter was looking left. Where could it keep going to until it hit the next high? The next high is 531. So, and it had, Alzheimer news. So certainly newsworthy, tons of volume. You know, this had the chance, even, if it held forward to keep going. In this case, it's not yet anyway. And it may not. I mean, that might be it. But we've seen tons of cases in which something is up 100%, and then you look at the end of the day and it's up 300%. It's just my charts are not slow today, and I'm the biggest complainer. I trade ideas regarding our charts yesterday and today. For me, they're fine. And yeah, sure, people are trading in the pre-market. There's no question people are trading that in the pre-market, but that doesn't mean you can't trade it once the market opens. But it's a matter of set up. Hoth also. I mean, you could look at this another way. I mean, where's the VWAP? Again, if you're new to trading, you might not know any of these terms, but I would suggest that you take a look at what the VWAP means, VWAP. You can go to Investopedia or something like that. It's a it's a widely followed indicator, as well as the 200-day moving average. So, there's a lot of people who will say, okay, if it gets back to the VWAP and holds that area, maybe it bounces and maybe you take the trade there. Now, at this point, it's a little bit below, but the VWAP, the volume weighted average price, just think of it like this: at 379, that's where the majority of the volume was for this. So, it is a significant level. Now that'll change all day long. I mean, if this all of a sudden huge volume came in and it knocked it down, that VWAP will move down. But this is a lot of information if you're brand new to trading. I get it. Well, I'm switching pretty frequently. I mean, I'm switching symbols pretty frequently, and I'm not saying, is it the speediest platform out there in terms of charts? No, but for me, it's okay. Believe me, I'm a huge critic when our charts become slow. So for me, look at the SPY guys. Big action here in the SPY now. Yeah, I mean, to me, that is acceptable. Yeah, the other thing you can do from time to time is go to account and do a reset connection. Okay. Well, there's no listen, Krogan love in our YouTube room. I love TI, but the charts are really bad. This is not a full-blown charting package. Okay, I get that. For my purposes, they are fine. I don't care. I don't care about having tons of indicators on my charts and all. I actually like the way they look. I have TradingView also. But I like the way they look. I like the way they look. For me, they look crisp, clean, clear. Okay. I constantly rail against the developers when they slow down. I mean, that's the biggest thing. When they start to, and sometimes, they have slowed down, 4 or 5 seconds to load. Over the weekend, though, they were busy trying to rectify that situation. And as we speak, for me, the charts are, and I don't mind the trade ideas charts at all. But if you're looking for a lot of more, like more indicators and all, sure, this is not a full blown charting package. Correct. You can connect using this window that we call Brokerage Plus. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, let me just put this link in. Question is, if I connect TI to my trader workstation, can I trade from within Trade Ideas? Yes, you can. Oh, I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. There are two videos. There's a short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can connect this window that we call Brokerage Plus. And then you can trade from in Trade Ideas using this window. Okay. You'll notice underneath the Brokerage Plus tab, there are two options. One says live and one says sim for simulation or paper trading. Okay, so you would connect live and then you can trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. It works with no other brokerage platforms right now. Okay. Yeah, and you have to be using IB Pro. You can't be using their IB Lite with the zero commissions. Okay, you have to be using whatever they call it, whatever the not whatever the half a cent commission one is, the one I've got. No, you can't, Cam. Down the road, you will be able to. These are, I know that these charts look like the other charts, but these are what we call HTML charts. And so you'll be able to do a lot more with these charts down the road, but right now you can't. Talking about changing the scale of the on the y-axis. So coin is still kind of flirting with that 50 level, 50. Okay, well, if you have that like that, Jim, and I can't do it like that, but so you give your doc windows a name. Okay, so this I've called doc charts. Okay, this one I call, well, doc AI, etc. So typically this is what happens in a normal situation is if I wanted to take this Halts resume scan and I wanted to put it in one of these docs, I just right click and duplicate into the doc I want. So there's doc charts, there's the doc AI. I have a couple other docs so open on my other monitors. Okay, so you just pick the doc you want it to go into from here. So again, if you right click and duplicate into, and then you give these a name, and then you just pick where you want it to go. Docking is not something that most of our customers do. To be honest, I like the look of it, but it's certainly not anything that you have to do. See, I don't see how you're doing this though, because typically this is what would happen. If I right click it, if I right click on what I just showed you, the Halts resumes, it brings up a menu and then it would say dock into. So I'm not sure what you're talking about in terms of. Well, the learning curve on TI, I mean, you can make it as difficult as you want. In my opinion, I mean, if you have a certain trading style, now, we've got, I mean, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. We have a lot of scans here, in our toolbar. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, we have a lot of scans we created here. You can kind of go through them. The big thing about trade ideas is that, you can create your own scans, of course. It's just basically saving everything, making sure you save. Probably like most platforms, you just have to make sure you save. You create an alert window, save it. You create like every window that you create, save it. Save your layout. You don't have to learn every single alert and filter that we've got. You don't have to learn everything that's in our training in our user guide. It's the same way if you bought when you bought. Microsoft Word and you look at that manual, if they say, well, you've got to learn everything in that manual before you can use the program, who would ever do it? All right. So with Word, most people just, all they really care about, okay, how do I type on the screen? How do I print my document? Maybe how do I change my font? Most of it is very basic. So with us, you should know what an alert window is, what a top window is, and then after that, we really it's really not that difficult. We're talking about docking and all this sort of stuff. I mean, that's when it gets complicated. Docking is, it's a feature, but it's not necessary. Nobody has to say, well, I can't learn that docking. You don't have to. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus. Okay. I mean, these are just options that we've got, but you certainly don't have to use them. And by the way, Brooke, when you say sorry to ask, and this goes for absolutely everybody, don't be sorry to ask. Okay. That's why I'm here. Don't be afraid to ask questions. And even if you think I must have gone over something before, or even if I've gone over it and you've listened and you don't understand, just don't worry. Just re-ask. Okay. Don't think you're interrupting me. Yeah, I'm trading a little and all that, but don't worry about it. Give me a moment. Okay, so a couple of questions. How to add an alert to your chart? Okay. Okay, Brooke. First for Brooke, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, you'll be at the top here. All right. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down until you see my scans. Okay. So here are the individual scans that I have created for you, for anybody. Okay. Now I have created a layout that will give you all of this, except for this Brokerage Plus window that you'd have to load separately. It just doesn't want to. It doesn't. Even though I've got this in my scan, and I wasn't sure if it would actually come when you loaded my scan, if it would show up. So you'd have to add this separately. But otherwise, I also have individual scans that I am sharing. I've got some scans on my other monitors. This is one of the scans that I absolutely love, my 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. Don't get too many alerts from it. Okay. But why I do it this way is that you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might like to see. Okay. So sort of a la carte. So and then, but if you do want my layout, and in order to get it, by the way, it's simple. Okay. If you say you wanted the pre-market active up, well, it's simple once I show you. So any one of the scans you see here, you just click on you click on the link. So I'm going to click on pre-market actives up. Okay. It's going to show up in a new tab. I highlight it, just highlight it, copy it, Control C, I copy it, and then I file load from cloud. File load from cloud. You'll notice that string you see here, C3B8, C3B8, it ends. If you've done it correctly, it'll load into the box correctly. Okay, right into that box. And then you just click load, and now it's on your screen. Okay, now it's on your screen. Now, the next step, if you like it, you have to now save it to your cloud. Just think of it like this. You're taking it from my cloud, you put it on your screen. Now you've got to save it into your cloud if you like it. And you right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. And if you create if you take a look at some of my scans, and you put them on your screen, maybe make a layout with some of my scans. Then you can save the whole thing as a layout, give it a name. Now, the next question was how to place uh, how do you add an alert to your chart? How do you add an alert to your chart? So you're talking about a price alert, Ragarici or Ragarici? Is that what you're talking about? How? Okay. So it's really simple to do. So let's say I wanted to put an alert for, okay, say I want to put an alert at $4 or right up here. Basically, for Hoth. Basically, all you do is you just position move your mouse around. Now, depends on what version you're using. That could be a dotted line or a solid line, but whatever it is, you just kind of eyeball it where you want the alert. You can see in the y-axis the price. So let's say I wanted the alert at 392. Right click, create price alert. Well, and I actually was at 391, and that's it. Now, of course, I can change the price right there, then save. That's it. Okay, that's it. Now you can put a note in if you want. I typically don't. Most of my alerts are, I kind of know why I put them, so I don't have to put a note. But if you want to, you can. Takes a little more time, of course. But then it's very simple though, and then a blue line will appear on your chart. Okay. Now your price alerts window is loaded from new and then price alerts window. This is what mine looks like. Okay, this is what mine looks like. Now, why I you the best way to use price alerts, in my opinion, anyway, is to minimize the window. Let me put another price alert right here at 360. Now you notice at the bottom here, it's right there. It is right there. I'm going to put another price alert just a little bit above it. I'm going to minimize this now. See what happens? Whoops. Well, it should have. See what happens? You'll see it right at the top. So if you minimize the window, when the price alert happens, this window will pop up on your screen. Okay. And what you do is what I do anyway, is I sort on the trigger time column. And so I'll see the last one right at the top. You can also put a sound alert on it, using our sound alert feature. The reason I do that is I've got a wireless headset. So sometimes I wander away from my computer. And so, but I'll hear the sound. I know. And the idea of a sound alerts is you put a unique sound. I have a unique sound for my price alerts window. I have a unique sound for this momentum up window. I have a unique sound for my um, AI window. So when I hear that sound, I know which window to look at immediately. Okay. And there's Hoth again. So it moved higher. I download your scan file. No line is working. All of them say this strategy. Which one, Drora? I mean, I just demonstrated here. Which one? I mean, it's possible, but when you say no linking, I just demonstrated that. I just demonstrated this one for my scans list. I was able to load the pre-market actives up. Which one did you try to load? But you're saying all of them. I'll go Momo. Click here, Momo. I'm not getting that message. It might be. Are you sure you're using my link? Because it would say, I know what you mean. If somehow that link was, I had deleted it, it would give you that message. But I think everything is there. Yeah, so you're going into the wrong one. You're going into this folder. Yeah, okay. I haven't used this forever. I should just delete it. Okay, go into no, no, go use my homepage link. Okay, use my homepage link. I should delete that folder. I haven't used it in years. Okay, so go to my homepage, and then and when you click on it again, this is what you'll see. You'll be at the top here, and just scroll down until you see my scans. Okay. Okay, just going to catch up to the questions here. When you put that alert in the chart, can you customize it how it then alerts you? Well, you can customize it in terms of the sound alert you get, if that's what you mean. I mean, the way I described it is that when you get the alert, that price alert screen will pop up on your monitor, and I put a sound alert on it, so I cannot miss it, if that's what you mean. Oh, I see. Okay, good. Now, next question is how to load this. Hmm. Okay, I don't think that is ready yet. Okay. That's from our new homepage. Okay. G Kumar, I don't think that is ready yet. This is a new homepage that we're designing. So, but let me just confirm that. Okay. This is from our new we're redesigning our homepage. Yeah, I'm just getting the answer. Yeah, so that is it's just a teaser. Okay, Kumar. It's just a teaser. Not available yet, but that is what our new homepage is going to start looking like. Hey guys, I'm just going to do a little task manager thing here. A little more action on my than I had yesterday. The computer is sort of getting a little bit noisy. Okay, you have to start it, Dora. Okay, so let me do it. Okay, so you're talking about this one, the biggest gainers from the open. That is a race. You would pick the race, but okay. No, actually, this is what should have happened. This is exactly what should have happened. I didn't think it should show up red, and the race will start in about 15 seconds from now. Did you click on this? Did you click that and that? Maybe you clicked on the rectangle, and that's what you've got. If you did, just click the arrow, and the race will start. Okay. I think that's what you did. Are you talking about chart lag, Vicky? I'm looking here. It's a little bit slower than it was, but it's not, to me, it's not terrible. It's a little bit slower than it was yesterday, but it's not, to me, terrible. I mean, it's like a second. Now, definitely not 3 seconds on my end. Oh, drawer. Okay, let me do this again. I don't know why that's happening to you, but let me do it again. Because I'm just loading the link just like you would have. Okay, biggest gainers from the open. Let me do the large cap gainers. I mean, it's the same principle. I'll do this one. I'll do it again. Highlight it, control copy, file, load from cloud. Here it is. This is what I see. This is exactly what I see when I don't touch it, and the race should just start. I don't give it 30 seconds. Okay. I don't know what you're doing then. You just don't touch anything. Okay. Now, if you're wondering why you're not seeing, these stocks here, it's because you're just starting the race, if that's what you're talking about. Okay. Now the race will start. Could somebody else, Pepe, would you mind loading that biggest gainers from the open, please? And just, I mean, I don't know how to help them. Or somebody just load my biggest gainers from the open. And does this not happen? Well, that's a good question. Yeah, are you live? It worked for you. Okay, so do you have a green ball, Drora, in your toolbar? Do you have a green ball? Okay, so good. It's something to do with Drora. So do you have a green ball that shows that you are connected? Because it obviously does work, and so it's something on your end. So my question again, do you have a green ball in your toolbar that shows that you are connected? That's the first thing. Okay. So it may be that you didn't fill out your exchange agreements. Okay. I'm gonna have to send you to our homepage. It's possible you just didn't fill out your exchange agreements. You might have thought you did, because I can't duplicate it. Nobody else can duplicate it. Okay. So usually it's because you haven't filled out your exchange agreements. So if you go to our homepage, click on our homepage, and where you get the questions and answers, click on the questions and answers, then ask and say, Liz, I don't seem to be getting data or something like that. Give them your email that you use to sign up for the test drive, and then they'll check your account. Okay, because nobody else is getting the same error that you're getting. Okay, the VWAP is part of the test drive. It's supposed to be part of the test drive. You mean the anchored VWAP? If you click on new and then dock channel bar and then anchored VWAP, this should be part of the test drive. You should get this. Okay, so so it almost for sure. Well, MP2, I mean, this is part of the deal, okay? During the test drive, I'm probably more dominated by asking questions, and that's just the way it is. We only do this now, it looks like twice a year. So usually the first few days, couple of days, but once we get back, my guess is that tomorrow or Thursday, be more into the trading aspect, but you just have to put up with it. But you probably didn't fill out your agreement, Dora. That's my guess. And Pepe is putting in the give you a link. Okay, guys. Now remember, look at the GTLB now. Remember, this was the alert 4374 from the AI. It dipped down, but as I said, just how to use this. Use it like a watch list, okay? There's no mad rush to get into any trade right off the bat, okay? Use it like a watch list. So in this particular case, GTLB 4374, look what it did. It dropped down, never hit the stop. So I mean, even in theory, if you had taken this trade, it didn't hit the stop. But what I would have been doing is, I would have looked at this and watched the way it was trading. It was starting to move down, and then I would have reset my alert. I would have put a price alert right at 4374 so that when it hit that trigger again, I'd know about it. Now, if I can pay attention, I mean, obviously it's a little more difficult days like today where I'm, again, no problem answering questions, but that's how you use the AI. Sometimes, you get it's like anything else. You might create a strategy that you think is the most wonderful strategy in the world. You get an alert and you go, whoa, wait a minute, it's not working. And yet you think it should be working. And then later on, it turns around and it could give you the same setup later on, and then you take it. So maybe you do take it the first time, you take a loss, and then later on, though, it sets up again the same way, and you take it again, and maybe, this time it really works. Many things, when you get into a trade and you think it should be working, who knows what might be happening? Maybe the market all of a sudden takes a huge downturn on you. Maybe the trade, maybe the stock you're in is more dependent on the market than you think. Lots of reasons why a trade doesn't work out at the beginning. Maybe just a little bit early. But look at this now. I would call that if you had stuck an alert at the original price, you're up almost $2. All right. This was supposed to be part. Let me just ask this question again. try from here, okay? That was going from the channel. Maybe try from here, click on New, and then Market Explorer, okay? Maybe it's the channel. So click on Market Explorer, and then here's your Market Explorer window. Right click on it, and then hover over the select strategy, and then go down to VWAP. Okay. Maybe it's only accessible here, not as that channel. Let me know if that works. Did you see what I did? I'll do it again. So click on New from our toolbar, click on New, Market Explorer window. This window will pop up, right click on it, then where it says select strategy, hover over that. This box will pop up, scroll down until you see AVWAP, and here they are. Pepe, can you check? Your mic. Can you check to see if this or anybody else, okay? When you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar and then Anchored VWAP, do you not get this up and running? Or can somebody check? Oh, it worked for you. Okay, so what are you doing, Steve? Thank you, guys. Because we activated this for everybody, not just for people in the test drive. Ah, I've got to get rid of that open in. Oh, again, just, yeah. So oh no, I got rid of the wrong one. Or did I? Just a minute. Okay. Give me a moment. Oh, again, click on New, Docked Channel Bar, and Anchored VWAP. Now, others are saying this is the window that you should see. You're not taken to something that says, I mean, this is a $49 add-on, but for this test drive, it was given to everybody. And I mean everybody, not just people who are taking the test drive. Okay, yes. So Steve, it works that way. So we're good to go. That's the other thing. Yes, the version of Trade ID is very important. You must be using the beta. Thank you, Pepe. Always forget about that. So Steve R, are we good to go? I see at 10:49, you said, yes, it works that way. Okay, good. Why the alert for at 40, excuse me, 4374? Because that's where the original alert was, foul. Do you have the strategy trades window open? You can see there was the alert at 4374. So that's what I said. So it dipped down below, and I said, okay, just put the alert, put a price alert back at 4374. We have, okay, is news part of it? We do have a news tab, but don't think this is like late breaking news, okay? We do have a news tab though. If you see my single stock window, we do have news. The way I use this is to see the news that several days old, more mainly. Uh, for more up-to-date news, I use my Interactive Brokers news release, but it's not, yeah, news from IB, exactly. Well, these are real-time alerts. Question is, how to get alerts on the Holly AI trades at the time they happen. Well, these are real-time alerts. So, I mean, does it mean that when you click on it, I don't know, for instance, this morning, GTLB, the real-time alert was at 4374. When you click on it, I mean, it's possible then the price was 4370. I mean, it can move, all right? But I mean, these are real-time alerts. Okay, so TJ, are you talking about the AI? You can. The question is, if I want to see only stocks over $50 and a relative volume of three, you can't. This is not customizable. But here's the deal. We get so few alerts here. So when you click on the alert, here's my single stock window. I always want to check my single stock window anyway. I want to see, what the relative volume is. So there it is over here. Check to see what's happening on the chart. And if the price, if I get a price that's underneath 50, I wouldn't click on it if that is your criteria. But we don't get too, it's not like we got 100 AI alerts that you have to sift through. In fact, we're really starting to reduce the number of alerts, which I like. Okay, it's not on the AV. Okay, let me look. Channel bar. Okay. So there are more scans here. Okay, these are the ones that we're showing here, but there are more AI. There are more select strategy, AVWAP. So there are some other ones here. When you say the stock rum is not on, I mean, it may be on one of these other ones. Okay. I mean, I can't tell you if that's what it is, but see, I can pull up this one, the AVWAP anchored VWAP pullback weekly. So to see the other ones is get into the body, right click, select strategy. It's a little bit cumbersome, but here they all are, okay? They just present the, I guess, the top two. Now, when you say it doesn't show, I mean, well, there's rum. Oh, I see what you mean. Why is rum showing up? I don't know. I see now what you mean. Like, why is rum? It's possible that it was clicked on before. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's possible that when they loaded this, that's the last thing they when they created this, that's the last thing that came up. I don't know where rum showed up from. But here is the and so this is the nice thing is the now you have to read about the anchored VWAP, okay? I'm not going to if you don't understand anchored VWAP, the first thing to do is look at that little blurb that shows up. But for instance, this is the ACM. So this is showing you. Well, I'd rather do the pinch play because that is really pinch on the daily. Okay, so let's take a look at what it's looking for. HSY. Click on HSY. So these purple lines, this is what's showing the pinch. So this anchored VWAP is automatically drawn for you. Don't ask me why it starts up here. I mean, it starts up because this is the high. Okay, Michael created this. In fact, Michael Noss in about 1 hour will be in our YouTube room, and you can ask him all sorts of questions about this. But it automatically gets drawn. So there's that purple line on top, the purple line on the bottom, and this is the pinch. Now, what you'd love to see when you click on these is maybe the stock is either is moved either on the top side of the moved above the top VWAP line or move below. Okay, right now it's a no man's land. So it's just a matter of clicking on them. Right here. So you can see the twist. Maybe it's going to pop above now. It's right at that upper limit or upper line. I think what we asked Michael to do is to have a sort so that you could see the ones that are very close. And in fact, very, very close together. These two lines are very close together. You can ask him all this, okay? I'm not a user of it. I'm waiting for the intraday anchored VWAPs. So Philip, it does show it does show the purple line on all like this doesn't matter where what VWAP you're using, what anchored VWAP you're using. That purple line is the anchored VWAP is the anchored VWAP. Okay, let me. Okay, good, Drew. I'm glad that was the issue. That's typically the reason. Okay, Nathan. I hear a voice alert on the stock ticker, and it's in the AI strategies window. But again, it shows he. Well, I'm not sure. Let's see if we first of all get another new AI alert. Okay, because obviously, you should get the alert exactly at the same time. Okay, so that GTLB alert happened at 9:41 Eastern time, and the price was 43.74. You would never get the alert, half an hour later. Okay. But the only way I can check it is hopefully we get another one. Okay, so Raga Richie, if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, now you can draw them, you can manually draw them, but this is automatically done. And then click on anchored VWAP. And this is a blurb. This telling you you must be using version 5.6.46 or newer. Okay. And that's the beta, public beta on our download page. So if you're using anything earlier than that, you won't get this. So please, if you don't know anything about, not necessarily you, Raghavish, but anybody, if you want to find out about, using anchored VWAP and the whole concept behind it, it's here, a brief synopsis of it. And once you've done that, then now you just click on the alerts and it's automatically drawn. That purple line, here's the pinch daily. So top anchored VWAP line, bottom one, and they're automatically drawn for you. Go back to IPO. There should only be one line. Yeah, one. It's pretty ugly. And if you're saying, well, how do I use them? That is up to you. You're going to have to, I mean, I can't explain how to use it. I mean, I don't really use it. Okay. I'm waiting for the intraday ones to finally appear. These are more for, I would call it swing trading and all. But that's why, there's a learning curve to understand how to use the anchor VWAP. Now, are you talking about the indicator on the chart shading? You're not talking about using this. You're talking about the indicator on the chart? Okay, let's see. Let me go back to, yeah, so you can't be using the HTML charts. They're available on the non-HTML charts, but I don't know because I'm just looking here. So I can set my, I can set it right there and it drew it. And it's a matter of clicking on that little pencil and then see that little anchor. Just a minute. Okay, let's take a look at NVU. Okay, so 10:06. Well, what time zone are you in? I mean, this is Eastern time zone. Okay. I mean, it all depends on the time zone. What time zone are you in, Nathan? I mean, obviously the time zone. I everything you see here is Eastern time zone. Oh, it is there. No, it isn't. Oh, it is there, Shady. I'm just looking here. There's a little anchor. You had me screaming at our development guys, saying it's not there. Hey, Nathan, what time zone are you in? Nathan. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room, guys. Look at coin. That's quite a bounce now, guys. Okay, so what time zone are you in? I mean, this is Eastern time zone, okay? MDU at 10:06. And you must not be, what are you in Mountain time zone? Yeah, but you're saying it shows 9:06 on yours, which is what, that's Central. Wouldn't that be Central time zone? Yeah, so I mean, that's the reason. Okay, so yeah, for you, it'll be 9:06 because you're obviously, I guess that's Central time zone. This is Eastern time zone. What, the little anchor? Have I been trading today? I traded coin in the pre-market to great advantage. And that's basically it. Okay, so angry carrots. And you're in the simulator? You're using the simulator? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So it is okay, so it is green. So that means but one step. Okay, edit. Okay, let's make sure you did this. So right click. This is the one that I've gone on for my long strategy for the buy button. Okay, so I'm going to make sure. So I'm going to click on it and then edit the trading strategy and make sure you see where it says accounts that you've got trading simulated default because probably it might say if it says none, make sure you have to make sure you do trading simulated default. Then it should work. If I click on the buy button now, then I can drop it anywhere. Okay, so at this point, if it moved back down to 44.58, it would take the trade as an example. Okay, so there's no auto trading, Tom. Okay, no auto trading at all. So that's one reason. Okay, so there was no auto trade. Are you part of the test drive? Or you're not part of the test drive? Okay, so okay. So the only thing I can think of, okay, and listen, I'm not a big user of this, all right? The only thing I can think of, first of all, so you're trying to auto trade. Okay, don't I don't agree with it, but I can't stop you from doing it. The only reason sometimes you won't get a fill is here. If you right click on your strategy that let's take your own strategy, not the AI. So take your own strategy and go to edit trading strategy and then order details. Okay. Check what your limit offset says. Okay. So go to order details and what does your limit offset say? Again, I'll do that again in case you missed it. So right click on the strategy that you want to auto trade, right click, edit trading strategy, and then click on order details. And what does the limit offset say? Okay, so it's possible, okay, it's possible that when you got the alert that the stock moved outside that 5 cents. Okay. Now it should be -5, I think. It should be minus anyway, or I think you should be using minus. Again, I don't use this. Michael Noss, who will be in your YouTube room in about 45 minutes, a lot more experience than I have, but that could be the reason, okay? Because it depends on the stock. If it's a fast moving stock, just because you get the alert at here, SDA would be a great one. You might get an alert at 12.93, but by the time the system could actually place the order, it moves so quickly. Maybe it's at 13 now. So you'd have to adjust that limit offset to say, okay, like how far outside of the alert price am I willing to go to take the trade? Does that make sense? That's commonly the reason why people say, "Well, how come I didn't get a fill?" Now, if it's some stock that, doesn't trade, it's not super volatile, you can have a tighter limit offset, of course, but it'll be up to you. How outside of the actual alert are you willing to go to take the trade? All this is based on, and I don't even pay attention to all this, okay, guys? I mean, I use this like a watch list, okay? I could care less about what these numbers are and what the profit, moderate profit, and all that stuff is. This used to be okay if you were, when we talked about more auto trading. Um, but I don't pay any attention to any of this. All I pay attention to is here are the alerts. Sometimes you get an alert early, and like I'm using, this is a great example, GTLB. You get the alert a little bit early, it drops down. So what you do is you put the price alert back, you put a price alert right in your chart, back at the original entry, suggested entry, and see what happens from there. Now, what the moderate like profit to me is it's just something that I don't even consider when you look at these. Like, the profit targets are, in my opinion, useless. Okay. What happens is that we have a bunch of strategies that get optimized during the evening. And yeah, for the strategy, there was a profit target put on it. But if you got into a trade and the system's saying, oh, you should be out of this trade now because there's your profit target and it's still moving higher, why would you do that? How do you use the AI as a watch list? Use it like a watch list. You don't get very many alerts, okay? Use it like a watch list. Like Hoth, I mean, obviously Hoth, it got stopped it got stopped out. Doesn't mean you should stop watching it though for the day because it may set up later on in the day. Maybe it gets up to this 375 level, the highs of these two candles here. Put a price alert there, see what happens. Okay? It is not the magic money machine. You too, PJ. Okay, Theo, I told you, were you not listening to me? Maybe you didn't hear me. Let me know if you can hear me now, okay? Because I explained why. Just let me know if you can hear me now. Okay. So the reason I said put an alert, first of all, do you see the AI? Do you see the strategy trades all window that I'm displaying here where it says GTLB suggested entry 43.74? So as I said, okay, you got that alert at 9:41, but you know what? It was moving down from there. So why would you take the trade? So you just let it go move down, down, down. And that's why I'm saying put an alert back at the original suggested entry at 43.74. That's why. Okay. No, no. I just happen to have a 15-minute chart up and running. That's all. If you see a price in the y-axis at all, that means it was an AI alert. Okay. Because watch what if I click on any other alert, you don't see the price in the y-axis at all. So, for Sienna or Sientra or Sienna, you see that alert. You see the prices here. You see the stop and the entry. Here's another one. I mean, Sienna is an earnings play. It may drop again. I mean, it wasn't bad from that first alert at 42.60. It got down to, almost a dollar away. Not bad, but there's nothing saying that this is okay. This is a pull up. Maybe it starts to move down again later on. I mean, it's still down 10%. It's an earnings play. Obviously, reaction to earnings not great. So same sort of thing. Put an alert around that area and see if it takes it out again on the downside. Maybe it moves down from there again. I'm not a big pullback player, but I can give you a top list. I mean, I don't want to call this a strategy. It's more like a top list, but I can give you something that, okay, so got it somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Pullback winners as an example. Okay. So I'm going to share this with you. Yeah, I'm going to load it though also. So I'll show you what it looks like. So this is what it's looking for. So now again, you can of course adjust your price ranges and anything else here, but the concept is this. These are stocks that are still up at least 3% from the open, okay? But they're down in the last 30 minutes, okay? And I've sorted on the change from the 30-minute, like the percent change in 30 minutes. So MVIS as an example, I mean, whether you think this is going to be good or not, it's up to you, but there you go. There's a stock that's still up a lot and it's pulled back. Okay. That's the biggest one. It's changed 11% in 30 minutes as an example. So if this sort of meets your trading style, you'll probably be looking maybe at the VWAP. I don't know, 646. Maybe you'd want to see if it could take up the VWAP on the upside. Maybe that becomes a trade for you, but that's up to you. So what this top list will show you are ideas. Okay. Not working for the web-based version. Okay. Why not? Let's take a look. Okay. So here it is. See if this is, okay. Let me see what's happening here. I obviously do not use this. Let me just shut this down again. File, load from cloud. Give me a moment. Just give me just give me one moment here, guys. I mean, that scan should be available, but I just want to make sure my other scans are available, but that scan should be available. Hey, good. Okay, it's available. Good. It's available. I just loaded it. Make sure you copy it in. This is slightly different in the web-based version, tools, load from cloud, and I copied the string in here. There it is again, right there. Load, and there it is again. So it is available. So if you clicked on it from here, that link right there, if you clicked on it from here, okay, and then copy this link, copy it, okay, I just highlighted it, Control C, now it is copied, okay, and then I go into the web, tools, load from cloud. The only difference is that in the downloadable application, this is usually already filled out, but here, I guess you have to paste it in, Control V. I've pasted it in and then load it. Okay. So I've done it 3 times now. So I mean, it definitely works. Okay. Well, I just showed you. There's no sending the link. You just have to click on it, just like I did. Okay, click on it. It'll show up. Highlight it, copy it. Control C to copy it. Then go into your and then in your the web-based version. Click on Tools, Load from Cloud, and then you have to paste it into the box and then load it. Okay. I mean, I just did it 3 times, so I know it works. There's not a matter of sending it to you. It's Let me know if that worked. This is, I mean, it's a great use of the AI as a watch list, guys. It's a great use of it. I mean, don't get too many alerts. Now, you know what? I mean, if this GTLB takes out the after hours high yesterday, you look left and it's got room still. I think the next high is 60 something. Is that right? 5101. I mean, the next high is 5101. Not saying it's getting there, but yeah, fail. I don't put profit targets on anything. Okay. If you say you bought Oscar yesterday and you bought it at 850, okay, so it's at 869. All I do is, first of all, would I take this trade at 850? First thing I do is I look left. Let me bring up a weekly chart. Okay. So the high in the weekly chart is $9. I probably would have taken that trade. So I can't, because the next high is $9. Now, if you took the trade at 850 and you've got a very tight stop, I mean, I have no idea where your stop is. But remember, when I take a trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So at 850, if I had taken that trade at 850 and I look left and the next high on the weekly chart is 9, okay, that's 50 cents. If you were risking only a dime because it made sense to, because something on the charts are telling you that there seems to be support 10 cents away, I guess you could take the trade. But as far as a profit target is concerned, I mean, I can't tell you what your profit target should be. All I can tell you is that could easily stall at $9. I mean, the first thing you should be looking, I mean, again, if I use it fictionally and say you have a 10-cent stop and you got in at 850, 870 then would be your first 1 for 2 risk reward, risking 10 cents to make 20. At 870, I'd be really watching to see what's happening. If it got up to 875 and then it dropped back down to 870, I'd probably take some off. You're at that 1 for 2. But you have to come up with your trading plan. Okay. I can't tell you, what your profit target should be. But it sounds like, you've got a 10-cent stop on it. So you're almost at a 1 for 2 now. You got in at 850 and it's at 869. It's a pretty big float too, so it shouldn't be wildly volatile. It worked. Good. Good. Yes, good. Okay, let me answer Rega Ritchie. I just have a question in our YouTube room, and then I'll come to you. I'll answer you first because it's pretty simple. We don't scan for options. We do have some option filters. Some who have trade ideas, who trade options, say it can't help. It can help. Let me just tell you what they are. If we type in options, I'll show you what the option filters we have. But yes, you'd have to trade them. You cannot trade them from within trade ideas, but you can certainly, but these are the option filters that we have. So we have like the put, some obvious ones, the put call ratio. Options volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today is total contracts today. Put and call volume today. This is the key one. Option volume today percent. So for instance, if a stock over the last 10 days has traded, say, on average, 5,000 contracts, okay? And you use this option volume today filter, and you added that filter in a scan, and say you put 300% ratio of 3. For you to see that stock today, the one that normally trades 5,000 options contracts over the last 10 days, it would have to trade 15,000 today. Okay. So what it's alerting you to are stocks that are having abnormal option volume. Now, whether that helps you trade the actual option, in with the Greeks and all that, that I can't tell you. But at least it's going to tell you, okay, well, these stocks are in play option wise. Okay. But yeah, you cannot trade options from within, you cannot trade options inside here. No, you'd have to trade. But again, you can see stocks that are having abnormal option activity, and then it's up to you to trade from within your broker if it makes sense to trade the options. So Kim, are you talking about adding tabs in here? Yeah, I mean you can do anything you want. If you're talking about, are you talking about in the doc version? Question is, can I add low float winners and gappers and put them as tabs here? It's just a matter, I mean, you find it and then you just right click. Okay, so if you've got a low float winner and gappers that you've already created, again, like most of these windows, all you do is you right click and then you duplicate it into the doc you want. In this particular case, it is doc AI. Okay, let me do it. See if I can do it. So I'm going to duplicate it in doc AI. Now it's a matter of finding it, but doc AI. So then I just have to find it. That's the trick. Oh, it was right here. Sorry, it was right there. There it is right there. Dumb. Okay, so it's right there. Now, to move it, I'm not going to do it, but that's how you would do it. Okay. I'm just going to leave it there, just the example. Okay. But that's how you would do it. You'll just, so you will see it in one of the tabs. It just didn't pop in here. And then you just take it and you move it and you can put it to the right or put it as a tab, just as a tab with the, I mean, listen, docking is not, it's not incredibly intuitive, but there it is as a tab. Okay, so if you had your biggest gainers from or your low float winners, right beside, you could put it beside, or you can put it anywhere else. And anybody watching this, okay, anybody watching this and saying, "Man, I can't learn all that," you don't have to. Okay, you don't have to. These are I would call them kind of advanced topics. Okay, you don't have to. All right, let's take a look at some of my 10-day daily breakouts, see if anything cool happened. You know what, guys? Those of you who have been in the room for a while, these are not in the doc version, but these are a couple of scans that I am sharing, the 20-day range high and low, the 20-day range low, 20-day range high. And you know that I loaded these two top lists, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks ago. And so when we first started looking at it, this was absolutely full, the 20-day range low. I'd have to keep scanning down and down and down to see every single stock. And on most days, I'd only see about two or three of the 20-day range high. Look at the difference now. So again, these are stocks making 20-day range highs. Other filters are in place, of course. Okay. And these are the ones making 20-day range lows. And it's just an amazing difference now. And it makes sense, the markets are, the SPY is at that 427 mark right now. But here are the filters. Oh, well, on the 20-day range low, I mean, it's nothing fancy. The only thing is, I think I should add one filter. These are at the low of the 20 days at least, and these are at the high of 20 days with those filters in place. But it's just sort of interesting that the market is completely and utterly switched. Because 3 weeks ago, this was full, and I only get about one or two in the 20-day range high. And those two scans are available from my homepage. They're top lists. Okay, so what I did was I made a slight change here, and because what I'm doing is I'm sorting on the position in the days range. Okay, that little D there, and so I want to see the stocks that are right near the day's high, plus all these filters. And so I made one little change, and I said it has to be within 10% in the range. So in other words, 90%, and this has to be within 10% of the low. So that's why I'm not getting quite as many, if that makes sense. And you can see some of these are these indexes. There's the short, TWM, another short, TZA, another short, so these are these are not stocks. Here's Lazy Boy. Look at Lazy Boy, not Lazy Boy, Lazar. I keep wanting to say that's or Legal Zoom. Sorry, Legal Zoom. That's a Legal Zoom. Okay, guys, 11:41. So I'm just going to confirm it'll be Michael in our YouTube room. So I'm just confirming it'll be Michael in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes from now, 18 minutes from now. Okay, it is him. Now, what I haven't done is gone over some of the things that you'll find on my homepage. Okay, so before I take my break, okay, when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. You'll be at the top here. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, there's a promo code you can use, Barry 15 for 15% off, first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. If you do take out a subscription or you're just getting started with the test drive, if you haven't done this, please do it first. The getting started, okay? It's 30 minutes long, 10 videos, runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, okay? Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, okay? You should know this, at least know this, okay? Before it's a software program, guys. There is a learning curve, but at least know what the whole idea of scanning and top list and alert windows are. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss, who's going can listen to in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. He put this course together, Trading 101. It is free. I do a stock of the day video. It is free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free also. Education, big education section right here. You click here on the education section and the user guide. And again, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide, but here's the getting started. A little more in detail about what alert windows are, what top list windows are, and more about the stock racing right here. I haven't really gone over the stock racing, but we have 4 videos are right here about what stock racing is all about. And here's your stock configuration. This is all clickable. We talked about price alerts on charts. I would probably take a look at price alerts on charts also. But you don't have to learn everything that's in our guide. There's that getting started series again. Now, daily support sessions. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Tuesday, so that is Michael's turn in our YouTube room. And I would encourage you to go over there if you want to know more about Anchor to VWAP, things like that, because Michael is the originator. Excuse me. Oh, first of all, before I do that, last, here are my scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, scroll down until here are my scans. Here are the ones that I am sharing. I'm obviously sharing other scans that you can't see. I don't want to put them all on the one monitor. It'd be way too jumbled. So here are some other scans that I'm sharing. Okay. There's that 20-day range high and low that I was just talking about. Okay. So if you do take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you use my homepage link. Then you can use this code. And also, if you save my homepage link, then you can look at my scans anytime you want, plus the big education section. Oh, now I'll give you the link. This is the link. No, Michael's not there yet. Okay, so you don't have to go there yet. This will be the link to go over and listen to Michael at noon. So in about 15 minutes from now. Okay, he's not there yet. Oops. Give me a moment. Okay, that'll be the YouTube link to go over and listen to Michael. but again, he's not there yet, so don't go. Now, Michael is the originator of all these scans, and when you click on New and then you click on Market Explorer, he is the originator of all of these scans, and he's way more of a swing trader than I am. He calls me a low-class scalper. But anyway, we kid around on all that, but he's the originator of all these types of scans here, including these are the anchored VWAP scans. So if you want to get, you want to have more information about any one of these and, on the anchored VWAP, please go and listen to Michael for his hour. If you have other questions, that's fine. One of the things he's going to harp on, he's going to nag you guys to death, because, some of you are going to say, well, what should I do? Is this a good trade? He's going to say, well, what's your trading plan? Do you have a trading plan? Now, I know most of you probably don't. That's why you should practice in a simulator. I don't understand that when you start out, you don't know what your plan could possibly be. You don't know, do I want to be a pullback trader? Do I want to be a momentum trader? Can I only trade in the first hour of the day? Do I want to mainly do swing trades? Can I sit in front of a computer all day long and do day trading? That has to be, everybody is different. How much money do you have in your account that you can effectively trade? If you've got $5,000 in your account, you probably, and you're expecting to make 500 a day, $500 a day day trading, it's not going to happen. Okay, stuff like that. So, why are you trading? Is it to supplement some income? Is it just something, that you've got some spare cash and you want to supplement your income and you can spend an hour a day doing it, or you want to scan at the end of the day to set, there's all sorts of different trading styles. And he'll talk about that at length. By the way, guys, I'm kind of loving this one. I added this one to my homepage. This earnings play up versus earnings play down. Okay, this is what we call a compare count window. All right, and yesterday there was nothing. There was absolutely nothing because there were no earnings plays, none, zero that came through. But you can see it's a ticker. It's more like, well, not more like, it is a ticker. And we're not in earnings season right now, but as there's ASO as an example, it's an earnings play. Doesn't look too bad right here. Look left on the weekly chart. 5150 is the next high. You can kind of see if it takes that out, 5440 is the next high. Things like that. There's the GTLB. But this is something that I am sharing called the earnings play up, and it's what's called a compare count window. Basically, what it does is it takes two competing strategies, ones that are moving up with similar filters versus ones that are moving down with similar filters. Yeah, so the brokerage plus window it is something that I'm not sure we can do right now, Cam. Okay, I cannot do it with the development version that I'm on. Okay, I cannot. The question is, how do I get this brokerage plus window into a doc? It used to be fairly, well, not straightforward. There was a trick to it. But let me know if this works on the version that you've got. I'm on a development version, and that may be the reason why it's not working. But typically, this is what you would do. For the first step would be to go to tools and then options, and then where it says layouts, click open in doc window. Okay, open in doc window. Click that and then save it. Okay. So if you do that, next step is to shut down your brokerage plus window, close it down, exit out, close it down, then open it again. Okay. Whoops, a new broker, then open it again, and it should appear in one of your docs. if it worked like before. And then you just have to find it. But I'm on a development version and that it doesn't it's the only window that you have to go through, those gyrations to get it into a dock. Because typically all you have to do is right click and then, it'll say load into a dock window and you pick the one you want. But obviously that's not there. So that doesn't work. I don't know. I can't really help. I don't know how. Okay, well, then maybe that feature has been disabled or something. I know I was able to do it, obviously, but I probably was on a previous version or something, and I don't know. No, you don't have to log it out of TI. Don't have to do. No, you shouldn't have to anyway. It's just a matter of going through those steps. Now, one thing is though that I never, if it eventually does work for you, I would disable that. In other words, I go back to tools, options, and layouts, and then uncheck that open in doc, like uncheck it and then save it. The reason being, yeah, okay, the reason being is that it to me, I would not want to every time I load a window that it would automatically appear in a dock somewhere. Okay, that's not what I would want. Okay, I would want to pick and choose what I would want to do, but it did the second time? All right, good. Good, good, good. Okay. Don't forget you save your work, guys, okay? Anything you do, you create a scan or you load one of my scans, make sure you save it to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud, save it to the cloud. Save a layout if you create a layout. If you've got my layout up and running, save it to the cloud. Remember, I am giving you from my cloud to you that so that it appears on your monitor. But then you've got to save it into your cloud. And the reason why it's so important to save things to the cloud, couple of reasons really. If you can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. So I'm working from a desktop computer. I also have a laptop, a couple of tablets. So let's say I want to go to my laptop. I buy a brand new laptop. Well, I download Trade Ideas, the program, and then all I have to do is file load from cloud any layout that I've created or any scans that I've created. Okay, that's the way. Obviously, that's the way the cloud works. So it's a super convenient. And the other thing, though, of course, is that let's say I only have a desktop and I don't save things to the cloud. Well, what happens if something, I wake up tomorrow morning and I turn on my desktop and it doesn't work anymore for some reason? Well, royal pain, I gotta go out and buy a new one, but at least I don't have to recreate every scan I've ever created from scratch. Okay, I just have to load things from the cloud. Okay. Now you can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. There you go. JM says my PC died a few months ago and I lost a lot of scans. Wish I had listened to you about saving them to the cloud. It takes so little time to do it. Right click, save or share to cloud, save, done. That's it. Other thing is when you exit trade ideas, file and then exit, it's going to ask you, you don't want to save your layout, yes or no? I always say yes because typically the layout that I've got up and running is what I want to see tomorrow. So when I load trade ideas, my layout will load. Well, how can I catch runners like shop or any scan can catch anything. I wouldn't call this a massive runner though. Not quite frankly, the shop I wouldn't call a massive runner. It's been kind of chopping. But Michael will show you. You can create a scan to catch anything. The problem is because, for instance, see this, the relative volume of shop is only 1.74. most of my scans are probably a minimum relative volume of 3. So you might say, well, Barry, but I want to catch shop. So I can say, okay, fine. I'll reduce my relative volume to 1.5. And yeah, would it catch shop? Yes. But it also may introduce 10 others I don't want to see. Okay. There's always going to be a trade off. You can create a scan that will, you see something and say, well, I want to create a scan that'll create that. No problem. You can always create a scan, but it may not, you may got a lot of other ones that don't keep doing what say shop did or something else that you wanted to see. So all of a sudden it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You get, out of the one you want to see is buried with 30 others you don't want to see. That's why look at these scans here. Look at my 10-day daily breakdown. And I haven't had a chance to look at these at all. Look at my 10-day daily breakout. Hardly any. And that's because I've got one really tough filter in here. Has to be a relative volume of 8. It's reading 8 times normal up to this time of day. And somebody might say, yeah, but what about that one you missed? And say, yeah, I could drop maybe the relative volume down to 5, but maybe I'm going to get a lot more and I have to sift through a lot more before I find the ones I really want. It's always a trade-off, guys. Always a trade-off. I think $10 is about what you need. Yeah, I think that's what you would need. You need the pro version of E-Trade of I mean, if you want to get free commissions, yeah, I guess you can go with E-Trade. It's up to you. But if you want to go with you need to spend about $10 a month for Interactive Brokers. Let me Michael's going to be there any moment now. So let me first of all, I've got to get rid of my music so I can hear him when he pings in. But let me get my announcement in. Okay, I'll be on a break. I'll be back probably earlier, but this is typically what I do. Take a break till about 1, but I'll probably be back earlier, at least in the main room. Michael will keep going till certainly 1 o'clock Eastern in the other room, in the YouTube room. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself now, guys, except in the YouTube room. But I do have to pipe in here, guys. Now, GTLB just took out the after hours hive yesterday. I mean, it's still got the room when you look left. Look left. It's still got room. So I'm not saying to take the trade, but back to mute now. Just waiting for Michael. And engine MA. I think it's all free at E-Trade. Okay. Somebody who has, I'm sure, has E-Trade that's in the room probably tell you that it's all free. There's no $10 cost. But I think with IB you get that back if you trade enough. Back to mute. There he is, Mr. Michael Noss himself. I've built you up as the greatest swing trader in existence. So don't let me down. Don't let your
Awesome.
fans down.
Just that easy.
It is that easy. Just do what Michael does. Well, but I did tell him you're going to nag them to death about having a trading plan.
Good. I probably will. That's
You
probably
probably
right.
will. But I did set them up a little bit, talking, if any information you want about the Market Explorer and Anchored VWAP, you are the man.
That is me. I am
That
that
is
man.
you. Okay, my friend, I will
Cool.
let you go now, and I'll put
Okay.
myself on mute. And
Wow.
now, can you go to 1, or do you have to leave earlier?
Normal time's fine.
Normal time? Okay, cool. Okay, we'll see you in about an hour.
All right. Talk to you soon. Okay, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now that the teacher is gone, what we do each and every day, especially for our test drivers, is open up the room to some live Q&A. So I'll be here for an hour to answer any questions that you may have while Barry takes a much needed little break there. So ask anything that you have. Again, we don't have anything prepared just because again, we want to make sure there's room for questions. We don't want to be yammering over when people have questions. So um, feel free to ask. Don't be afraid to ask anything that you're thinking about. So, yes, I am primarily a swing trader. I'm not necessarily a day trader like Barry is, where he's looking for, um, shorter term type of scalps. So yeah, I generally just look at the market from a little bit of a longer term point of view. Um, but you know, I have experience with I've been using trade ideas since 2006, so I can probably help you out with anything that you need. So this is something that I think that's super cool that Trade Ideas does, where we have this this open question where somebody who actually uses trade ideas every day to trade hangs out here. So I hope you'll take advantage of that for sure. I am struggling to coordinate my windows. I'll need a little bit more than that. Um, you're just gonna lay out your windows however you want to see. You can either do it free floating, where you just, make all of your windows individual free floating windows like this one and just kind of size them up however you want them. Or you can use a dock like I have here. And if you use a dock, you basically just take a window out, and when you hover over a window, you'll get this little guy in the center, and then you can either hover over this thing on the right, and the window will go on the right. If you hover over the left, it'll go over the left, top, bottom, or you can put it as a tab there. Um, that's about it for window management. Just a lot of customization, so it's however you want it set up. What parameters do I use to scan stocks for swing trades? Well, again, the example that I like to give is what Trade Ideas is essentially kind of like Google Maps, where we will give you the best route to go, but you can't just sit in your car and say, where am I going to go? Right. So, first, you need to know what it is that your trading plan is for swing trading. If you don't have that, please simulate a trade. If you don't have a trading plan written down, please don't commit money to the market. That's the quickest way to get in a lot of trouble, and lose a lot when it comes to that kind of thing. I think my no, that's still working. Yeah. So make sure that you have a trading plan that makes sense to you. That's something that you've tested in some way, and you're not just putting things together. For me, I'm a trend follower, and I like to use relative strength. So one of the ones that I use is which is just a pre-built scan that we have that looks for relatively strong names. Um, But this is based off my trading plan. Please use your trading plan and not something that you found from someone else, something that you've kind of tested yourself as well. Um, Hi, Michael. Any plans to modify charts so that you can easily change the scales? You can just hold the control button and use your scroll wheel. You can scale, sc- scan in and out. It's pretty easy to me. I'm not too sure. Maybe I'm missing the question, but you just zoom in if you want to zoom in, or zoom out when you want to zoom out. Um, if you're talking about the price scale right here, I don't think there's a plan for that, because that actually gets people into more trouble than they think, where they want to like scrunch the price down or expand it out or something like that. Um, I think that uh that gets people in a lot of trouble, because they'll scrunch things in, and they'll zoom things out in a way that kind of makes them like feel better about their trading, as opposed to what's actually happening. So the simplest way to do it is just price action kind of fits the scale. So I don't think there's any plans for that anytime in the near future. Um, maybe eventually, but just of all the things we have on the go, that'd be certainly one of the more minor additions. How long do I keep my swing trades? As long as the trend persists for my time frame. I don't. For me, it doesn't make sense to cut off a trade at a certain time. Um, the if a trade is running for you, you want to stay in it as long as you can, right? It's the whole let winners ride type of thing. So for me personally, I think Brian Lund actually says this best, where he says you basically just open up your charts and say, hey, is it in an uptrend for whatever your individual time frame is? If yes, then keep the stock, and when that trend changes, it's time to go, right? Um, so again, depending on your time frame, that could be some people will zoom into like a 30-minute chart or something like that and say, well, as long as it's making higher lows and higher highs on this time frame, then I'm going to keep that as a swing. And as soon as that changes, maybe I'll get rid of it. Um, some people just use a moving average, right? And they'll, obviously they'll test it if they're a serious trader, right? They're testing it vigorously, but they'll just slap on a moving average. That's whatever they've tested that makes the most sense for their plan, and they'll say, "Hey, as long as it's above this moving average, I'll stay in." Some people use an ATR trailing stop. I've seen that used in the past as well. There's a couple ways to do it, but whatever you do, you want to make sure it's able to keep you in, stuff that's moving in your direction, and gets you out of stuff when it starts no longer being in a trend in your direction. Because really, when it comes to trend trading, what you have to understand is what we're doing is we're looking for those fat tails, right? We're looking for um, the uh, the major returns that come from trend following is kind of getting in something that just really goes. So where people, I think, get in the most trouble is they're looking for um, you know cutting those winners in some way, right? Where again, the benefit of trend following is that sometimes you'll get into a Nvidia or something like that kind of works for you. Um, Something that just goes way further than fundamental people or most people will think. So you need to have a plan to stick with those, because it will be those handful of uh, really good trades a year that will really kind of make up your performance when it comes to trend trading. That's one thing I was looking for here. Does Holly trade by itself under the test drive? No. We don't suggest auto trading of the AI. Right? We find the best success that people have with the AI is an idea generation tool. Um, maybe they manage the trades themselves, but we've noticed that as soon as somebody just wants to put something completely on autopilot and walk away and not do anything, that trader is just bound for failure, right? It's just there's a there's people out there that think it's like, oh well, I just buy this, $200 a month program, and then I just put my money into it, and then I retire, right? And this thing will just trade and make tons of money for me. And right, it's just not the way the world works. So, there are some ways to help automate that, but we expect that it's not something that you just do, and especially not in the test drive. Like, you'd have to be insane to just buy a $200 a month program and pop your broker right into it without paper trading it or testing it for any period of time, and then just trading with it, right? I would say that's a very bad outlook on trading, which is a career. It's a sport. It's something that takes a lot of time and energy and focus and discipline, and all that stuff. So I don't recommend in any way, shape, or form you just buy a test drive and plug your broker into a tool without testing it. I think that's a dangerous attitude to have when it comes to the markets. I have come the trial. I day trade the SPY. Anything that software may do to add confluence. Well, again, so what Trade Ideas is in its core is essentially a tool to help you find whatever your trading setup is better or easier. So, you need to know first, what do you do on the SPY? And then look to build a scan for that. We could tell you when the SPY is breaking the high of the day or the low of the day, or, a Fibonacci retracement based off days, highs and lows, things like that. But it's one of those things where it's a scanning tool and it's a charting tool. So, depending on what you need, we should be able to do that for you. But first you need to. But it's not a tool that's going to say, "Hey, buy here and sell here and make money." It's more about alerting you what's kind of going on in the market at any given time. I will say the strength of Trade Ideas is the scanning. So it is finding different stocks that are moving at the time. So that's kind of where the premise is. It's to make sure that you are able to find it. So I would say if you're trading just a single symbol, then it may not be the best tool for you, because if you're just looking to trade patterns, then you're just looking at a single symbol for patterns. It doesn't highlight those or anything for you, but what it will do is it will scan the entire market and kind of present those for you. When you log into TI, it loads. It actually, yeah, it loads the last used layout. When you quit, it will give you an option. It will ask you, do you want to save your layout? And then if you click yes, then when you load up the next time, it will present the layout exactly how you want. And this is mainly because a lot of our clients have multiple monitors, and maybe they want a chart on that monitor and a scan on this one and that kind of stuff. So when they click a button, and they open it up in the morning, everything goes right where it was, where they kind of left off to it. You can create different layouts at any time. If you wanted to create a different layout, right? Just make sure you go file and save. I always recommend saving to the cloud. If something happens to your computer or a file gets corrupt or something like that. So saving your layout as a default is good, but every now and then make sure you save it to the cloud because as anyone who uses computers knows, files can get corrupt, things can hard drives can fail, that kind of stuff. And if you have it saved to the cloud, then it'll also push. You'll be able to access it at any time. Also, if you use multiple computers, you can kind of download it as well, right? So what's the point of Holly if you don't do it by yourself? It's suggesting trades for you all day. And you, as the trader who has a written and tested trading plan, if you're actually planning on trading the market, you've put in the work to build a trading plan. You take a look at the AI who's suggesting you trades with Edge, right? So it's doing a lot of math in the background and doing a lot of calculations, and it's saying here's a trade that has uh, uh, a statistical advantage that we think. Um, so this long GitLab, and then you take a look at this and you'd see if this is a trade that met your trading plan based off everything that you've done. Buying GitLab in this area right here. If that's something that makes sense to you, right? You would put that in there and then trade it accordingly based on your trading plan, right? So again, it's idea generation engine. You take a look at these things and say, okay, the AI is saying to short Sienna because it's gapped down. It looks like it might be moving lower. Then you'd look at that and say, is that something that makes sense to me? Is that something that resonates with me and meets my trading plan? For me, I like the look of Sienna if it can get under this $42 area. Bounced here earlier in the day, and now it's pulling back to here. So if this breaks this, I would look for a short under that, and then your stop is probably at 43 up here somewhere. But again, if you look at that and you go, no, that's not part of my written and tested trading plan, then you don't take it. Right? Trading is not something that you can just go, okay, I've spent my $200 a month, I've hooked my broker into this machine, and now I'm going to make a living trading, right? It's just not the way trading is kind of a competitive thing, right? So it's very important that if there was a magic kind of silver bullet that solved everything, that would get arbitraged away and would no longer work. So it's just very important that you're um, you know, treating it like what it is. It's a business. It's a business that takes work and takes time and discipline, energy, and focus. And make sure that you're having a trading plan and you're recording your trades and journaling against them and saying, this is what I do well and this is what I do poorly. And this is what I can do better and kind of learn from there. Same with the question, how do I pick my daily stocks to trade? So for me, uh, as a swing trader, I like the TI Strength, which is again a relative strength scanner that we have. That's just going to show really, really strong stocks that are trend following. Um, in which it's just going to present stocks that are in nice uptrends. I'm going to go through this list and a few others that are in here mark off important areas of support and resistance that I may want to buy things through. Like I'm really looking at Shopify here. It's got this nice push up it did earlier and a nice controlled pullback, and now it's trading back up here again on 1.7 times normal volume. So if it can close up in this area, I may buy some Shopify. So again, it's using the scans and then going through and making sure that with those scans, they meet the kind of patterns and the styles and that I'm diversifying across different stocks and different industries and that kind of thing, going from there. So I'm saying Holly is a cool premium feature, but don't expect much. No, I'm saying it is going to suggest all day long stocks that are making moves based off of historical backtests that we've done that have some statistical significance. So you're already putting odds in your favor, but I'm saying that you have to have your own trading plan. And anybody, as someone who's mentored traders, and I've worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years and the prop firm space for 5 years. There is not a successful trader out there that simply blindly follows someone or something else's calls. There's not one who's been around for any length of time. The market does a very good job of separating money from people who don't want to do stuff. So what I'm saying is that it's going to suggest trades with edge to you most of the day, and when they can find trades with edge. If you're someone who is skilled enough and has a plan and you can utilize that edge, then it's a great tool. If you're someone out there who hasn't worked on that skill, or you're new to trading, then that's why we have a simulator. And you can simulate trading this thing, not risking your own money, and get that skill, right? Journal the trades, learn from them, learn which trades make the most sense to you and which ones you're the most comfortable taking and holding. Which ones you find make the most sense to you and make the most money, and get good as a trader using, right, this tool and using this engine, and then hopefully outperform the market. But yeah, I'm not saying that, you just hook your credit card up to it, infinite money glitch comes out, and you make a whole bunch of money. That would be a better sales pitch, but that would also be dishonest, right? We're not that around here. We want to tell you what's actually going to happen, which is the people who develop an edge and use good tools to utilize that edge, that trade in simulation before they get profitable, and learn the skill and grow the skill. Those people will do very well. The people who don't do that, they won't, right? There are plenty of YouTube channels you can go to if you want people just to say, oh yeah, you just, you wait for this line to cross this line and then you enter and you'll be a millionaire. We're not those guys. Nathan, our back tester goes back 64 days at this time. But if you're testing a single security, a manual back test, I would say, actually makes more sense than doing one through the back tester, where you're just going through the chart and looking at it, right? A single instrument would, again, make way more sense, I would say, to go back. Right, where we shine is that we're scanning everything in the entire market at the same time. Right, we're not looking at an individual security for a long period of time. We're looking at everything. It's that not depth, it's the breadth of information kind of thing. So for runners for the day, what scanners? If you're looking for things that are just really going, like momentum trading and that kind of thing, I would suggest on the channel bar here, you get here just by going opening up your title bar, and you just hit new and then channel bar. A couple to suggest right away. One is the explosive winners one. This one's just finding just that, right? It's all day long. It's just sorting the stuff that's really really going at this time. And you have the race to show you that. But if you click this little down arrow next to it, you've got the scan as well and the multi-strategy window. So this is showing everything that's showing that's up a lot from the open. So if you click through this, you'll find just a bunch of really, really strong names. This BMR just rocketed earlier and then kind of came back down. Again, if you click this little arrow, you go down to the winner, um, this list, and this will show you things that are just in real time as they're coming through. Is just going to go, okay, this CIB is trading close to the high of the day and just kind of popped through that. And if we watch this for any length of time, things will just kind of stream through as things are going. The other one to take a look at, I would say, is Barry's channel. So if you go down on the My Channel bar, there's a See More button at the bottom. And if you go to Barry's watch list, that will actually show you this channel bar right here, or this doc channel. And these are all the things that Barry's watching personally. So he goes through and for you, he actually does a good job of just picking out here the things that I think are going to move this day. He's got this scan that's stocks moving with options volume. You can click on this and see IMMR is moving and has a lot of options volume going on. But yeah, these are things that Barry has on watch. So I'd check out those two to get you started. And then again, uh, a little race off of Barry's watch list, so you can see the things that he's watching and see what's moving at that time. On a daily chart, if a stock had previous resistance at 3 and the stock goes to 5 and go to 1. No, I think your question is that when resistance is broken, do I value that resistance point anymore? And no, not really, right? You got to remember the point of support resistance is that this is a place that uh, buyers and sellers have kind of shown their hand in the past. That's the point of support resistance. That's what we're taught as a CMT. Um, it's they're like this PTGX just because we have it up, right? This kind of uh, $27, give or take. Um, this area was resistance before we broke out here. So now this area to me is the most important one. If we pull back, do we hold $27? This area of resistance way back here doesn't really mean anything to me anymore because it's been broken now, right? So it shows that buyer, there was a seller at like say 24 here before, but that seller's gone, right? So as soon as the buyer or the seller is gone from a major level, it doesn't have as much weight for me anymore personally. I have a list of 14 stocks to backtest. Yeah, as long as you're okay with backtesting 64 days, that's how long the backtester goes back with data at this time. Um, can you cancel an existing order directly from the chart? Yeah, you should just click on it and hit delete. If you, so I clicked on it here, and you can see kind of highlighted the order, and then I just click the delete key. Uh, it should go away. So I just clicked on it and I click delete and it gives me a box to cancel order. And then I click OK and the orders go away. So I am in GLBE. I think that's a globe. Yeah, this one's interesting to me. Depending on the close today, right? You have a little bull flag going on here on a strong stock. What I would say is, this topping tail is a little bit concerning. So I would wait to see what happens here. If it closed, you know, below this resistance point, then I'd be worried about that one as well. Right, because that may mean that, they tried to break resistance, but the seller came back in and sold it down. So, um, for swing trades, for me, the closing price is always the most important one. There's an old trading adage, uh, that amateurs open the market and professionals close it, right? So the big guys, where does the stock close based off of everything that happened that day? So if Globe for me closed kind of under these prior highs, I don't think I'd be that interested. But if it traded over them, then it might be something worthwhile. All right. Is Barry an AI watch list? No, that's just Barry's watch list. He just goes through every night and he's the if you're new here, he's the trading room moderator. And it's just whatever he's gonna watch going into that day. He just shares his watch list with all TI subs from that channel. So I only consider the most recent resistance that has ever been breached. Not necessarily the most recent, right? If there's a resistance point that happened a long time ago, like this, right? So Globe, it's got a resistance point up here, and then it's got a resistance point all the way up here. I would consider those as resistance points because they haven't been violated yet, right? This one hasn't been violated for a long time, and this one hasn't been violated for a long time. But I'm no longer interested in this resistance point because the stocks trade well above it, right? This resistance point, even though it's not recent, there still may be sellers up in this area. We just don't know until it gets there, right? Uh, is it programmable to show if a stock dropped 50 cents in 5 minutes? Yeah. So anytime you want to see if there's a filter variable or available, just open up a new window, go into the search button, and just type, right? So you're looking for probably a change in 5 minutes. And you can see we have both dollars and percentages. And basically, if you can find it there, then we have it. And then if it's not there, then we probably don't have it at this time. Agree, Mike. Afraid of the shooting star. Yeah, but it's the thing is it's only noon. So we don't know if it's a shooting star yet, right? Um, and that's again, as someone who's taken their CMT, so I'm a chartered market technician, they kind of pound it in your head that you don't evaluate a candle if you're looking at a candlestick pattern until that candle's closed, right? So GBLE certainly has enough time to close at the high of the day if it wants, or could close way down here. You don't know. So don't spend too much time looking at candlestick patterns until the candle is closed, right? But yeah, for now, it looks like it could be a failed breakout, right? So if you zoom this in on a lower time frame, even like a 15-minute here, it could be right? So this could be a failed breakout because you have the resistance here and a couple times here, and we broke it and then we sold off, right? So this seems like a tool that once you get used to having, you feel blind. Yeah, it's and this is what we understand fully, right? There are software providers out there that will say, "Hey, we've got the thing. You just, load up um, you load up a button and you click this button and this will tell you when to buy and sell and, good for us." Now, those companies probably haven't been around since 2003 like Trade Ideas has because, that's not honest stuff, and it's sad that people fall for it. They think there's some, like, magic thing. What we offer is a very data rich, full featured product that allows traders to kind of build and tune and do whatever it is that they want that's going to help them make better trading decisions. We also understand that by offering this many features that it's going to be complicated, right? It's not going to be you can't make something that's very, very feature risk rich and then also incredibly simple. We've tried, you just can't. You have to pick a side of that, and we want to give people access to, as many features and the ability to customize scans as we want because we know that real traders have this trading plan first and then they're building scans to try to match that trading plan second. So we need to give or functionality to that. So that's why we have the test drive for 2 weeks. That's why we have every day, whether there's a test drive or not, from noon to 1, there's somebody here every day answering these questions because we understand that the people who are okay putting in the work are going to do very well with this product. So we want to make sure we're there for those people, right? But yeah, it again, I've been using it since 2006. And I've been using it essentially every day since 2006. So for me, it's um, a, a very important part of my trading philosophy. How do you get the picture-in-picture chart window? That's available in the new beta. So just go to trade-ideas.com, click the download button, and make sure you scroll down because we give the official release at the top. Scroll down to the beta, download that, and set it up. So make sure you're on the new beta. Is there any way to identify counter squeezes? We do. So if you go to the new and then Market Explorer window, we have under it's actually under Bollinger Band because it's a Bollinger Band counter squeeze. We have a two scans here. So this is one that's the tightest Bollinger Bands in the year. So this is a very a volatility contracting pattern, which I think is what VCP stands for. So basically, what it does, it looks at the width of the Bollinger Bands, which is a volatility metric, and it says, I want those to be as tight as they've been in an entire year. And it will present, stocks done all the time, right? This updates every few seconds that have these really, really tight Bollinger Bands. So therefore, not a lot of movement on the stock. And then in that, we also have a TTM squeeze, which is a Keltner channel, basically Bollinger Bands inside the Keltner channel, as a way to kind of talk about, stocks that are squeezing as well. So we have both of those in. So to get to that, just go new Market Explorer, and then when you right click, select strategy, and they're both under Bollinger Band. So those are both kind of volatility contracting type patterns. How old do you have to be to sign up? Just You need to have a credit card and however old you need in your local area to have a brokerage account and all that kind of stuff. I swing trade and day trade, so it's going to help me a lot. Yeah, the learning curve is going to be a lot, right? And it's not, there's really nothing we can do about that. And believe me, um, there's been a lot of debate on how to do it, but it's like again, there's like a teeter totter, and on one end, it's simplicity, right? And simplicity usually comes with I'm going to sell my style to someone and just shove it in a software product, and then everybody who fits my style, I've made something incredibly simple for you, right? And that could work for some. And then the other side is we want people to be able to build their own styles, but by doing that, things become more complicated. So it becomes this, at what level do you want to stand on, right? So like a fully customized thing would be like a programming language that we think would just cut off too many people to make it financially viable to build a system to do that. And then the other side, just kind of like feeding people, canned stuff, maybe too simplistic for some people. Because again, every kind of real and professional trader has their own trading plan that's different from everybody else's trading plan. So, uh, you know, so with that just becomes a learning curve. So we just try to make sure we have uh, constant resources. Like this live stream goes from market open to almost market close 5 days a week. So we just try to make sure we have enough resources available for those who really want to dive in and learn, that they can dive in and learn. And we found, to be honest, not to be rude, but we found that the people who don't have any interest in learning generally aren't around in the trading community for very long, anyway. Um, do I have CanSlim? We don't have. You can build in a CanSlim from the fundamental side. The difficulty with a CanSlim scanner is kind of the cup and handle kind of thing. We're working on that. It's just incredibly complicated to build that kind of advanced pattern recognition into math, but we have all the fundamental filters. So if you want it, quarterly earnings growth and all that kind of things, you could easily build those into the you could easily build those into a scanner, and then combine whatever technical filters we have. Um,
Michael,
Very.
you sound like you've ingested a lot of smoke over the last week and a half. Do you want to take off? Like you
I,
really sound ragged. I mean,
I
if you're okay, you can keep going, but you really
thanks,
do
man.
sound ragged.
No, my voice is kind of messed up. I don't know if it's partly probably because of the what the air quality was, but I think
Oh,
most of it has to do with the daycare plague. We've
okay.
been recently sending Chuck to daycare, and he's been coming back every week with just some new strange disease that, uh, you know, myself working from home, my immune system's not the best, right? We don't
Hmm.
we don't get out there very much, but I'm it doesn't I'm not hurt, so I can keep
You're okay?
going.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was just kind of listening to
as
you
long as it
sound like
doesn't
you're
sound that
struggling.
bad for the users. I just think
Oh
I
no,
sound
no.
like I got a smoking habit or something.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of my fellow Canadian, that's all. Okay.
Oh, there you
I'll
go. No, I'm good. I'm
uh,
good.
okay, cool.
Cool. Yeah, I usually don't sound like this, guys. So if you're back next Tuesday, hopefully I won't. But yeah, I have a 1 year old that we're sending to daycare, and I guess what happens at daycare is children just put their hands in other children's mouths for like 8 hours, and then they all come home sick with just a new fancy disease each time. So I once a week now am getting whatever he's getting there, and it's just been absolutely amazing. to be honest. I have not been, and everyone warned me when we sent him to daycare, but I've not been this sick in like 10 years. Um, just because, yeah, it's just they just going like, oh, this sick baby coughed on this toy. Let me put this same toy directly into my mouth. Can you have both the beta and stable installed? No, but you could have the installers for both where um you can shut down one and then um you can just install that. But I'm always on the beta, and I've actually found this beta is pretty secure, or not secure, pretty stable. And so you can't have them both at once, but you can switch back and forth if you find that something's breaking in the new beta. I actually like the new voice. Yeah, it's raspy. I definitely it's like I picked up a smoking habit or something, but um I want to say I'll be better soon, but man, this one's been going for a week now. I was on Trader TV Live on Monday, and yeah, even they could hear it. They were like, "Man, you sound different." Well, yeah, who needs vaccines when your child's in daycare? Because yeah, it's just every week, it's just something different, and I'm sure it'll be that way until he kind of like Pokemon or something. He collects all the diseases and he's brought them all home. Funny thing is, he doesn't care, right? When you're a baby that age, you're sick for like a day, and then you're bright eye and bushy tailed. The rest of us, oh, we take forever. Us old people. Still long gold. Yes, I am. I actually bought some gold yesterday, I think. Um GLD we can look at it with. Yeah, I picked some up yesterday and it's about flat today. I'm basically just trying to play off of this might be for the guy who was asking earlier about prior resistance point. Right? We broke this resistance point right here, uh, spent some time above it, right? And then when we came back to it, that has been acting as support a little bit. So basically, my latest trade on gold is that if we can hold this kind of 180 area, I'll be involved. If we break 180, it's kind of time to go. But on the longer term chart, I actually still really like the look of gold. Right, it has this a big rounded bottom going in here. It Max Payne theory it makes a lot of sense, in which everyone was like, oh, inflation's high, so that means uh gold must be doing great. And of course, when inflation was high, gold wasn't doing crap, right? But now that inflation is starting to lower, now is when gold's doing amazing. And that's just kind of, again, the theory of the market, in which most people think that things are going to make sense and they're going to follow news and all this stuff, and then turns out that that's rarely, if ever, the case. But then also on the weekly chart, we are kind of coming back to test this trend line. So we broke out of this trend line, we've come back down, we're testing it now. So just a couple kind of confluence areas that makes me think kind of 180-ish on GLD is a good place to take a shot. So, it's right. We've just got it's enough to take a shot, right? Because hey, I'm in it. I think like 182, and I'm going to be wrong if it breaks 180, right? It could easily get back to 190, so that's a 5-to-1 risk reward. If it breaks 190 and keeps going, then that's way more than 5-to-1 risk reward. So I've been doing this for pretty much a year now, where I have this longer term bullish thesis on gold. So I'm just looking for all these kind of short term moves to take a play on it. So it would be nice to have the real spot price. Yeah, the issue with that is we would have to really up the price of trade ideas for that, because we've priced it out, and the futures contracts for these things are, I think, 30 a month per client. So we wouldn't make any money on selling trade ideas. So like what most places do, like TrendSpider or TradingView or something, is that you can basically, if you want that, you can pay for it and get that. Then the price of your product increases, and it increases the data. We just need to research whether or not we think there'd be enough demand for that, because the problem is it's just the pricing for real-time futures data is just nuts. Unfortunately, I don't know why that's the case, but it's because yeah, I would love to have it too. Like we're looking to get crypto next, which the data for crypto is like free. And then with crypto, we'll probably get Forex, which the pricing for Forex data is low as well. So we won't have to kind of raise the price of the product when we get those data features in. But man, if an exchange, if I don't know, some sort of data vendor came out with reasonable prices on futures data, I think they would do phenomenally, because it's a lot. Do I track the VIX at all? No, and I think it's because I'm not smart enough to understand the VIX. Again that there's a whole chapter in it, the CMT. So I get the concept, I get the fear index, the amount of puts that are being bought against the S&P 500. I get all that. I've talked to some really smart options people who do a lot of options trading, and a lot of them seem to think that the VIX may actually be broken because of zero DTE futures and S&P 500 contracts. So I won't be able to, I'm paraphrasing someone who's way smarter than me, but basically he just said that he believes the VIX is always going to be low because nobody has to really trade the contracts that the VIX is priced on anymore. Because if you're trying to make a bet, if you think something bad's going to happen to the market, because there's weekly contracts and daily contracts and all this kind of stuff now, that they can spread out their put buying across all of these different expiries and across all these different contracts, and that actually in and of itself makes the VIX a less it's just not calculated the same as it was. So the VIX may actually be just like lower as a baseline from like going forward, because again, no one has to kind of plow into any given because I think the VIX is only kind of that third week in the month type of thing, right? So I think, yeah. So you're talking about structural changes, and this person thinks that that's kind of what's going on. So that almost there needs to be another volatility contract made, and then what that volatility contract would do is basically not just be that one expiry, but maybe like an aggregate of all of the open interest across puts, across everything. But then the problem with that is that 0DT options are actually traded almost overwhelmingly by retail traders. So there's a lot more 0DT options. So you actually may get massive spikes and drops in the new, if they did like an average volatility instrument, like just based off of what people think are going to happen for like the next half hour. So it's a really interesting thing to solve, but which sucks because so I'm a quant. I'm a chartered market technician. I'm a quantitative trader, and one of the quant models I had basically would um it would fire off if the VIX was low, and then it would go to cash and it would wait while the VIX was high as a way to say, okay, it was like a slower trend following kind of style. And it just said, hey, if the VIX is high, uh, you want to be, like day trading more and doing more revision of the mean stuff. And when the VIX is low, that's when you kind of want to buy things and hold them for long periods of time. So for that, I actually had to change that risk on, risk off input into something else because, yeah, I just noticed it just kind of stopped working because of the VIX. And when I switched it, it just started working again. So I do think there's kind of some structural changes that we have to kind of take a look at. And I don't know if that's just as simple as looking at kind of the idea I came up with is you basically, you take something like the IWM and you just look at the average size of a daily candle, right? Um, and when the average size of a daily candle is big, then you're in a higher volatility environment, and when it's low, you're in a lower volatility environment, and that helped because when if you just eyeball it, like right around here, when these candles are just super super small, there's nothing really going on, and then over here when these candles are really really large, well, this was the Silicon Valley Bank kind of stuff. So how much the index moves intraday to me is starting to become kind of a better overall filter than the VIX. And we actually have an indicator for that. If we go indicators, if you just use the average true range, and then I just make that something small like 5, which is kind of 1 week, and then just add that in. So what this is basically doing is just kind of showing the average size of a candle. And you can see, right, it spikes in through here, and then it kind of sells off and moves lower and through here, and now it's spiking again. So how do I adjust the charts up and down? You can't shrink and expand price action on the charts at the time, but you just hit control and the scroll wheel to zoom in and out on price data. Hello, Barry.
Hello, Michael.
What's going on?
I'm ready to relieve you.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, I don't know how much is the air quality and how much is the daycare plan.
Well, it can help. It can help, but I have to
Yeah.
laugh. I remember when I used to live in Montreal, and we get the Upper New York State television stations from Plattsburgh and places like that. And they'd always say something like this, and a horrible cold front is coming down from Canada, as if we're doing this on purpose, and so now I'm reading horrible air quality coming down from the east coast of Canada is affecting the northeast part of the United States. This is all I'm reading right now is horrible stuff coming from Canada.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's thankfully just been pouring rain since Saturday. Just I think we've gotten 75
oh wow.
millimeters of rain. It's just been which is perfect, right? Because they're not all out, but they're, the latest kind of report from the fire chief is like, we feel like we can, like, it's to the point where they're digging up the fires
Yeah.
now and putting them out. But yeah, it's like there's no way anything's spreading or anything anymore. So it
But it
looks like
must
we
have turned
kinda,
all the burnt stuff into just a quagmire. I mean, with
yeah.
all that, it's just a slop.
Well, that's what, it was funny. I was listening to the report and the guy was saying, yeah, we've got our, it changes the risk for firefighters because now it's definitely a possibility that someone gets like sucked into like,
Mm.
a hole that has,
Right.
like everything's just, we could lose people in like, muck.
Mhm.
But at least there's no more fires. It looks like we got that conquered. Just quickly before I leave, Circle was asking, um, Sean McLaughlin, I would look at, right? He used to work at Trade Ideas. He's now over at All Star Charts. He used to be Chicago Sean on Twitter. Now I think he's just Options Sean. Um, I would check out his stuff. He's a great options trader. He knows way more than I do about option stuff. So if you're interested, I'd definitely check him out. But all right, I'm gonna go rest my voice before the marketing meeting, Barry.
Okay. Okay, Michael, thanks a lot.
All right, have a good one.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, guys, I'm back in all the rooms. I think you guys heard me in the other room talking to Michael. And let's get me music going. And then now, guys, I'm actually watching a couple of stocks here. Just let me get my music up and running. There we go. Okay, I don't believe it's going to stay here. Okay, so now the issue with ASO is the weekly chart. You look left, and I think the next high is 51.49. You know what? I mean, if this can take that out tomorrow, this might have a. I mean, it's been beaten up over the last month and a half or so, but it is an earnings play today, and it's trying to crawl back a little bit. The other one I was watching was Mac. Hmm. Mac at 11. Guys, I've got to switch my headset. Okay. I've just run out of power. So just give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I actually have to pair something here. There you are. All right, I'm back. Okay, so yeah, I'm kind of looking at this Mac here, guys. MAC. Kind of, well, not kind of. It's hanging around $11 right now. When you look left on the weekly chart, it's got a lot of room. And the MAC, it's got room. 1232 is the next high, looking left on the weekly chart. So this has some interest to me. And this is putting an alert at around 1107 and seeing if it takes that out later. I noticed that, I have not been able to follow my 10-day daily breakout or down all day. Maybe tomorrow, but listen, if you got questions, ask. Don't be shy, okay? Don't worry. Oh, my desktop is not being displayed? There it is. Okay. There it is. Okay, sorry about that. I must have accidentally shut down the tab. Hey, back? Okay, sorry about that, guys. So anyway, there's the MAC, guys, MAC. I love the way it's basing right here right at 11. It's not a low float, 213 million in the float, so it's not going to be terribly volatile. But it's to me, it's an interesting little break on the weekly. You look at the weekly chart, and it's breaking a little bit above all that. But the main thing is when you look left, the next high is 1232 on the weekly chart. So, hey, we'll see. I mean, all you can do is just set a price alert. It gets up to the 1107, and then I'll make up my mind if I want to take the trade. Now, remember the Sienna? I was talking about Sienna earlier, and evidently when I went, yeah, I was on my break at 12:15. It took out that level. It took out the original alert level at 4260. So again, how do you use the AI? Use it like a watch list. I read somebody's comment. I don't know if you're still in the YouTube room. Like, what's the use of the AI if it doesn't automatically trade for you? Be wonderful if it would. I mean, obviously, it'd be wonderful if it could work that way. It just doesn't work that way. So, as I've been trying to really hammer the point home, first of all, you don't get very many alerts. So, use it like a watch list and set up price alert levels at levels that you think might be interesting, as an example. So I had already explained the earlier one for the GTLB. It got back up to the original alert price, and it ran. It didn't do too badly, 43.74 up to. In fact, that's a heck of a move. Almost $3 before it. Now it's starting to fall a bit. The Sienna, the same thing. I mean, it popped up a bit. It did well at the beginning, and then it came back up, and then it moved back down through the alert price. So if you missed it the first time, always a chance you can get it the second time. I mean, and I'm not saying they're all going to be like that, but you give me 2 or 3 out of 5, that's not bad at all. Even the MDU, I mean, it's modestly working. MDU, I mean, there was the alert at 2044. It did get up to 2063. I'm not saying that's incredible, but look at the potential here. Now, I don't know what happened here. I think this is the one that had a spin-off. I think this is a spin-off. This is not a true drop on horrible news. I think this was a spin-off. Maybe somebody can verify that for me, but I think it was some kind of a spin-off. Well, again, it gives you very few stocks to concentrate on. It's kind of like I haven't really talked too much about the racing today, but it's the same idea. It gives you just a few stocks to concentrate on. If you're new to trading, one of the toughest things to do is, well, one of the easiest thing to do is to have lack of focus because so much is going on, and you don't want to miss anything. And one of the nice thing about being in a room, sure, it's nice to be around a community of traders, but I can also say that you can get pretty sidetracked sometimes. People are throwing out ideas left and right, and so you're clicking like mad and getting nothing done. I'm not saying leave the room by any stretch because when I've always been in a trading room of some sort because I find that sitting alone at your desk all day long, if you're a day trader like myself, sitting 6 7 hours, incredibly, at least for me, just incredibly lonely. So I always enjoyed being in a trading room, but it's not for everybody. But this is what I call a combination of a trading room plus a way in which we can show people how to use the software, explain the software, and also it's not just a pure trading room. I'm liking this Mac, guys. This Mac, boy, look at Sienna. It is definitely. Now, let's look left. Where could it go before it 4077 is the next low looking left. That's a dollar away. I mean, I'm not saying it's getting there, but it still has some room. So yeah, had you stuck the alert at the original short alert, there would be no real reason to have got out of it. And now you'd be up about a dollar with maybe, a chance to be up $2 if it can get down to that area. Buy another cat. Yeah, AI is making another new high. AI, well, it gets back up to 44, then all that all that will be forgotten. The earnings release that really, I mean, that really sunk it that day. Now remember, this was all to do with that short seller knocking it down from 35 down to 16. Interesting. I just tried to short Sienna at 75. They wouldn't fill me because of the uptick roll. I left it there for about 10 seconds. It's popped up, a penny now, but because of the uptick roll, I could not get a fill. There's plenty of shorts available, almost 5 million, but that uptick roll. Possible RBI 15 forming on G triple I. Let's take a look. G triple I. I think that's a an earnings play, maybe. Yeah, it's an earnings play. Boy, it's just basing, isn't it? Yeah, you're right, Vicky. Well, it did form. I mean, there's no question it formed. And the next high, 2007. So it did trigger in theory. My issue with it would be, I mean, it depends how much you're willing to think you can make on this. 2031, 2030 looks like pretty tough resistance right now anyway. So that's 17 cents away. If you follow the RBI in theory, like the way in which you would have a stop, you'd have to have a stop at the low of that previous green candle, which is pretty 1985. So of course you don't have to use that as a stop, but in theory that's kind of the way it. I think that's the mechanics of the way the GBI works or RBI. Even Azul, boy, what a nice little run Azul has been on. Brazilian airliner. What's but double in a couple of months for AZUL? You're talking about increasing the y-axis? You can't. Matt, you can't. Is that what you mean? Yeah, you can't do it. I mean, obviously you can stretch this out, but no, I think the way you're talking, no, you can't do it. Now, again, obviously you can do stuff like that, but you cannot, yeah, you can adjust these numbers here. Ultimately, I know there doesn't look to be a huge difference between these charts and the ones you were used to, but these are different charts, a different way of making them. It's HTML or different format. So ultimately, there'll be more and more things you'll be able to do with these charts. Ultimately. All right, guys. Well, listen, I have a marketing meeting. It is Tuesday. Yes, a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So what I'm going to do right now, I do a video every day. So I'm going to do a video. Won't take me long. Let's see, 118. So should be back by say 128. Oops, get rid of that message. All right. So I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I am back. So, Aswin, I'm assuming that you are saying you are unable to understand anything here. You're not really saying I am able. Trading tacos. There are too many scans. No, well, it depends. If you listen to Michael, it depends on your trading style. You have to have a trading plan. I don't recommend, I can't, I mean, I can recommend the ones I like, but that doesn't mean you're going to like them. Okay. I'm not trying to be flip or anything, but you have to have a trading plan. I have no idea what your trading plan is. I mean, you know, I'm definitely warming up to the AI in terms of using, these few stocks here as a watch list and trading around them. I love my 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, so those are three scans right there. But that doesn't mean you're going to be able to. Okay. I mean, you have to have some trading experience too. So when you say you're unable to understand anything here, so first of all, are you a new trader, Aswin? Like brand new to trading? Or do you have do you have any sort of trading experience? Yeah, but you have to understand trading tackle. I might get an alert, but now my next job is to take a look at the chart, okay, and see, do I still like it? Just because I get an alert doesn't mean I just dive into the trade. So I'm now looking at a chart. I'm looking at looking left. My big thing is always looking left to see how much room a stock can keep moving to until it hits the next high, either on the daily or the weekly chart. Okay, but that's my style of trading. Many traders don't like to do that. Many traders would rather wait for a pullback to a certain level and then take it. They don't like taking stocks near the highs of the day. So I mean, okay, so Eswin, are you part of this test drive? So you've got 10 years of experience in day trading or swing trading or what sort of trading? So John, the browser version, I mean, it's okay. You don't, I mean, if you don't care about having access to this window that we call Brokerage Plus, which you can use as to paper trade, to simulate trading, okay? And if you don't care about these races, then the web-based version is fine. I mean, it's exactly the same functionality, all the same alerts and filters that you can use to combine to give you the type of scan you might be looking for. You can have access to my scans. You can have access to all the scans in the toolbar or in the channel bar. So, but if you have multiple monitors, it's not going to be as friendly. As an example, because it's not easy to, maybe take a few scans and put them on another monitor. It's just not easy. But if you've only got one monitor, and again, you don't care about simulated trading and you don't care about racing, then the web-based version is fine. So, Aswin, okay, so you've got 10 years of trading. You are taking the test drive. But this is obviously you've never been exposed to trade ideas. Did you at least take a look at the 10 videos to start? There is only 30 minutes long, and you probably don't have to look at them all, but you should know at least what a short window is, what a top list window is, and introduction to scanning. Okay. So, for instance, if I click on my homepage link, you will be up here, and then in the getting started section, get started. I mean, I'm assuming you've already gone through your download and install and your first startup and login. If you haven't, well, here's where you absolutely start. But introduction to scans, what a top list window is, and what an alert window is. Okay, and so if you've done all that, yeah, that'll be the next thing, John. But I cannot tell you when in the web-based version when the races will be added. Okay, so now, Aswin, For instance, I am sharing a lot of scans. Okay, so if you don't want to, number one, at the very beginning, let me get rid of some of these and hopefully I don't shut. There we go. So at the very beginning, if you don't want to create your own scans, okay, I'm sharing scans. Again, if you click on my homepage link, I'm sharing scans here. Click here. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. All right. So you say you've been trading for 10 years. I am assuming then that you look at the pre-market, not necessarily to trade, but in order to see, okay, what stocks are active up and down that may still be active once the market opens. So I'm not saying you have to trade the pre-market, but these are two scans here. These scans right here, they don't repeat. Well, the breakdown, the 10-day daily breakdown and up. I love these. You don't get very many alerts from them. But again, it's it all depends on your style of trading. This is a pure this scan right there, momentum up. It's basically this one, the momentum scan. If you're a momentum trader, here's something right here. What you can't see, what I don't have up and running, if you like to see gap continuation or reversal type scans, I've got something here. I mean, there's all sorts of things. The earnings plays up versus earnings plays down, and I'm not saying to load every one of them, but you can take a look at them, and if it sort of meets, yeah, I don't mind trying something like that. The other thing to do is if you click on New from our toolbar, and then click on Docked Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. So, I've got my own style of pre-market, but, we have a pre-market channel. We have an after-hours channel. We've got a swing pick channel. So, I mean, you can go through the different channels and click on the Show More, you'll see them all, okay? I mean, so if this is your very, very first exposure to trade ideas, I know it can seem overwhelming, but, it's a matter of, what sort of a trader are you? What are you, do you like playing pullbacks? Do you like playing pullbacks to certain moving averages? Do you, pullbacks to the VWAP? Or do you like to see stocks near the highs or lows of the day and taking them more like momentum trades, either up or down? I mean, all sorts of different styles. We have a way you can create your own scans, of course. If I click on this momentum scan right here, any scan that you see that I'm either giving or that I'm sharing or from those channels, when you right click and click on configure and summary, this is going to tell you what the scan is looking for as an example. So in this particular scan, momentum up, the price has to be between $1 and $50. Six minimum current volume is 6, which means it has to be trading at least 6 times normal up to this time of day, 134. Minimum of 300,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute was 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal, and it was up at least 5% from yesterday's close. Okay. So if a stock meets all of those filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, we see a real-time alert. That's what we're really good at, creating real-time alert scans. There are a lot of screeners out there. This is the screening aspect. Of course we can screen, but the ability to give a real-time alert is where we shine. Okay. And so that's an example of one scan. But if I click on the search, and don't get overwhelmed by it, and I'm just talking in general now, we have a lot of real-time alerts. Right at the top are the new high and new lows, but we have a lot of real-time alerts, and depending on your trading style. You don't have to learn them all, of course. And then down here, these are all the filters that we have. And why we have so many is that, when the company started 20 years ago or so, they felt that most people would not probably want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So we had to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. But what we've tried to do is build a lot of scans in the toolbar, in the channel bar. Plus, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you didn't want to, create your own scans from scratch, you can take a look at these. And then right here, for instance, as I say, I'm sharing this one. So again, right click, configure, and click on the summary. If you didn't like this price range, I have a price range of 1 in 50. Well, you might say, well, I don't mind the scan. I don't mind the idea of this, but if I click on the icon, the dollar icon, I can change the scan. Maybe I want it between 10 and 100. So I just make the change. I'm not going to do it because I don't want to make the change. And then you say, okay, maybe you want a different minimum volume. As you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you see a filter. Boy, I wouldn't mind adding the RSI 5 minute to this. Okay, so but at the very beginning, we're trying to make it simple so that we're sharing a lot of scans, so you don't have to, start completely from scratch. I'm actually sharing this layout also. If you wanted to just have this layout. And this room is like this Monday to Friday. This is not special for the test drive. This room is like this Monday to Friday between, well, I'm going to say 9 a.m. to about 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, of course, where I'm sharing my screen and live on the mic. And you can always ask me questions. I like this one, Shady, in our the main room with the U. I think it broke through the VWAP also, right? 32, 3561. So there it is, breaking through the VWAP. If you're a VWAP style player, and like to take stocks that maybe break through the VWAP, well, there you go. But there's all sorts of different trading styles, but it always has to start off with a trading plan of some sort. All right, guys. Wonder what's going to happen to coin tomorrow. If there's any more new news on this one. So if you weren't, this is the only one I've traded today, guys, in the pre-market. The news hit that the SEC is, well, here, I'll just show it. If you're following what's happening with Binance, then this is the first headline that I read, okay, that Mizuho estimated that more than 30% of the crypto exchange's revenue could be at risk. That's coin. And then afterwards, it came out that the SEC was suing them. So Mizuho definitely had jumped the gun, which is great because that I can't see exactly the time, but that happened in the pre-market. It happened right around here because I had a gap down filter and I was saying, wow, what's happening with coin? Thinking, okay, it's just got to do with Binance and all that. But more, I mean, that's more serious. The SEC is looking to sue them. Let's talk a little bit about the races, okay? Again, if you're new to trading, I think this is an excellent way to start also, new to trading, because I'll explain what's happening here. So every race starts off from a top list window, okay? And you'll notice if I right click on this top list window, it says launch real-time stock race. That's what I did. But why are these stocks here? Why are these stocks in this, here? Well, first of all, for a stock to be in here, again, context is always right clicking on your window, and then you click on configure, and then summary. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close, a stock will make it into this list. Okay, that's number one. Now, before we had races, well, the reason to use a top list window would be, let's just say you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from yesterday with those filters involved. Okay, with the price range you like and minimum volume. So as long as you had the change from the close percent as a column header, and that's what that C percent is. If I left click on it rapidly, I can see right here BMR is up 29.9, MVIS, 29.9 all the way down. If I want to see the ones that are up the most from the first trade of the day, the change from the open, again, do the same thing. BMR, I haven't even seen BMR. BMR is up 34% from its first trade today, 28% for RGTI, etc. Okay. So that's all well and good, but how am I going to use this to trade? I mean, if I stared long enough, maybe I could see that 34.6% going to 34.55 or 8%, 34.9%, etc. But what if one of these ones is really starting to move? Okay. PKST down here, okay, it's at 11.7% from the open. But what if something was happening with PKST? What if all of a sudden it was 12%, 15%, 18%? Probably wouldn't see it. Okay. You're concentrating on the ones on top, but if something is buried down here moving up, you'd never see it. I mean, you might see it, but that would mean you'd have to stare at a list all day long, and that'd be crazy. So that's where the races come in. So I run, just a minute, let me expand this just a little bit. Okay, I run 4-minute races. If you're going to ask me why four, I just picked four. When we had the races, when we started doing racing months ago, I picked 4 minutes. You can pick whatever race time you want: 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, whatever you want. I chose 4 minutes. Okay, but what does that mean? So this race is now we're 1.5 minutes into this race. There's 2.5 minutes left. Since the race started, CNSP has moved the most from the open. Okay. Just like any other race, the gun goes off, and then we've got all the participants, and whatever stock has moved the most will start to float to the top. Okay. So right now, as we speak, WINT has moved 2.5%. Okay. It's only 4 cents. It's a cheap stock. But that's what's happened. Now, doesn't mean that at the end of the race, this is going to be the winner, because some other stock could come out of nowhere and be all of a sudden up three. Well, now Wint is moving 3%, but some other stock could all of a sudden be 5% or 10%. Okay. But the bottom line is this: is at the end of the day, this creates a watch list for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So MVIS is in the number one position. It has won 8 races. BMR has won 8 races. Okay. It automatically creates a watch list for you of the stocks that have won the most races. So then the next question, okay, great, but how do I use this to trade? Well, now here's where experience comes in. But understand it, now you're able to focus just on a few stocks, okay, over the course of the day. So for instance, now if a stock is starting to move, you don't have to wait for number one to be at the top, or number two, wait for it to win a race. If you see a stock moving, click on it, see what's happening. Well, let's just take a look at some of the ones that have won a race. Let's take a look at QBTS as an example. It won 4 races. Let's see what it's doing right now. So you may look at this and go, okay, you might look at the VWAP 212. Okay, it's above the VWAP. You might look at this and say, well, you know what? Maybe if it gets back up to this level here, I might want to take this trade. mean, it depends on your style of trading. If you're more of a momentum trader, so you could, maybe stick a price alert around 236. You know, I would always be looking left to see where it could stall, but that's what you can do though. Just because a stock hasn't won a race for a while, it just means that okay, this gives you something to focus on though. It did win 5 races earlier, 3, 4 races earlier, so there was a lot, and you can see why. And look what it did. Now it might be just resting. Same thing. Go through them. Maybe put some price. Just put some price alerts in areas that might be of interest. I'm not saying THMO is that good because it's really dropped, but not every one of them is going to be what I call tradable later on. Okay, EFTR. Let's take a look at EFTR. Little pullback again. Maybe if it takes out this this high right there, maybe it gets going again. Glad to hear that everything is working great. That's what we like to hear. Now I have another race that I'm sharing, and I'm toying with the idea of maybe putting that one up instead of this one tomorrow. It's a large cap gainers from the open. Let me just show you what it looks like. Okay. Now, now, so this is a little bit small to read, but the difference between these two races is in the market cap size. If I right click now, remember every race starts from a top list. So I open the top list window. Now let's take a look at the filters that are in place in this one. I right click, configure, summary. So you see the difference. So couple of differences. I mean, the minimum volume now is 500,000 shares. I think this was 300. But look at this. The market cap has to be at least half a billion, 500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay. So consequently, this sort of a race here, usually you're not going to get large percentage moves. But because you're not getting large percentage moves, you're not getting the volatility that you can get in looking at a race like this. Because these could be pretty volatile. So this sort of a race here, the large cap gainers from the open, may be more, for somebody who's starting out, maybe this is more to your taste, but I'm sharing it. You just have to go to my homepage and load it. And why you're not seeing a top 10 list is because when you load it, nothing, you have to the top 10 list will start from the time you start when you loaded it. So 149 right now Eastern time. So from 149 on until 4:30, a list will be created. Okay. Well, I mean, I like the races, but if I could pay more attention to, I would be paying more attention to my 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. This is my bread and butter personally, okay? And I've said this before that if Trade Idea said to me or to anybody, you can only have one long scan and one short scan. This is all I do. Okay. So I tend to concentrate on that. I have the races up because I do feel that for new traders, to be able to focus just on a few stocks over the course of the day is probably a lot better. I missed this BMR completely today. I didn't see this one at all. Beamer imaging. Okay. Well, So for me, I mean, maybe if this took out 315 again, 315, because I really don't like taking stocks underneath the whole number. If it took out the whole number, I mean, it did get up to 385. It's a low float. So, later on in the day, this might get rolling again, as an example. So why not just stick an alert here at 314, see if it takes that out and gets running from there. That doesn't mean if it hits that I'm automatically going to take the trade. For instance, what if that triggers an hour from now? Maybe I don't like it as much an hour from now. That's why I'm saying you've got to practice trading. So let's do a little money management. What time is it now? No, I can't do it. Tomorrow I'll do some money, or maybe when I get back from this marketing meeting. Talking about money management is so. In fact, I'll definitely do it once I get out of this marketing meeting that starts at 2. Talking about like why do I take a trade and what I think what would be a good practice for you to take a trade, and it's the trading plan. So, when I take a trade, I've got a checklist and I have to have everything checked before I'll take the trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? Because I know that people, what's your checklist? I want to trade just like you. Well, it doesn't work like that. But understand that most of the things that I see are already going to be will pass my checklist. In other words, I'm not going to see a stock outside of the price range I like to trade. I'm not going to see a stock unless it has a certain minimum volume because I place those filters in my alert windows or my top list windows. So my whole thing is when I get an alert, click on it, check to see the pattern, quickly look to see what sort of room it has on a daily and a weekly chart. Room meaning where is the next. If I'm going to take a trade, say I take this trade at right here at $3, but I look left on the daily chart and the next high is $3.10, I won't take the trade. Okay. But if the next high is $4, it becomes a candidate for sure. I'll also do a quick look to see what is the market doing. A lot of the times that, the stuff that I see, not too dependent about what the market's doing, but it's always a good idea to check to see what the market's doing, overall market's doing. It's nice to go, especially if you are going to take a trade that is a little more market dependent. Okay. So Yahoo, within YouTube, okay, make sure you've got 1080p checked. So here in the gear, make sure you've got 1080. Now, oh, well, that's one reason. I don't know why sorry about that. I don't know why it went to 7. It should be better now. I'm very sorry. Somebody should have mentioned that to me. It was in 780, whatever. It should be better now. I don't know why it flipped there. Should be better now, okay? We have 2 trading rooms going, guys. Okay, that's sometimes it's confusion. This is what I call the main room. More traders in here, more activity amongst the traders. We do have a YouTube room, not as much activity. I mean, but I do monitor them both. They see my screen, both see my screen, and they can hear me. So again, so if I'm going to take a trade, everything has to be checked, then I'll take the trade. But before I take the trade, I have to know where my stop is. I have to know if the trade doesn't work, where you're going to get out if it doesn't work, because that's going to share size me. And I'll go over this after the marketing meeting. Yeah, but just like I said, I mean, if I look at a trade and I think, okay, I should put a stop 10 cents away because this is what the chart is telling me. There's a lot of support, maybe a lot of action, lot of support, what I would consider support, maybe 10 cents away. So if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. But I have to be able to then look left. Where could it keep going before it hit the next high? That next high was 10 cents away. I wouldn't take the trade. In other words, I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make 10 cents. The minimum would be risking 10 cents to make 20 cents. In other words, a 1 for 2 risk reward. Okay. And there are some out there that say that's not good enough for me. They want a 1 for 3. That's fine. Now, it doesn't mean just because I look at a trade or look at a potential trade and I see, wow, yeah, it could give me that risk reward that I'm looking for. It doesn't mean it's going to work. And that's why you have to stop. Okay. I mean, not every trade is going to work no matter how good you think it is. All right, guys. So I'm going to just mute myself here and 156, 157 right now. So I'm going to mute myself, get ready for this marketing meeting. I will be back. And just before I go, remember I was talking about MAC, oops, MAC. And I was saying, you know what? I mean, this looked pretty interesting. If we can take this out right up here, this 1108, the way I trade is I don't anticipate that that's going to happen. I could have said, oh, you know what? It's probably going to happen. So why don't just take the trade? I'd never do that. Okay. I put the price alert. You see that blue line there? It didn't trigger because if it had, that blue line would have turned green. And, that keeps me out of, well, it just keeps me out of like spending money for no reason. Now, this could actually be, if it ticked up the VWAP down at 1083, this could turn into a short. All right, guys, definitely on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, so Rod, I can't even tell you what I've got at Interactive Brokers. It's now 7 years, I think, almost 7 years I've been with them. I have no, but I don't think it's expensive. I think it's maybe $10 a month, something like that. Okay, but I mean, obviously you need real time, and if you want to trade Nasdaq or New York, then you need those two exchanges. It's up to you if you want level two and all the other stuff, but you know, I have been watching this stupid NVCR. Just, I think I saw it right around here, around 56. This was showing up on my on this range low. Look how many now, only two. And but I just lost sight of it. I mean, to my look at this, 56 down to 46. I just completely lost sight of it, which is really too bad. That's been almost straight down, other than a little pause here for about 30 minutes and then another jog down. I don't see any it's on an earnings play, so I'm not sure what happened here. I mean, I'm looking at some, it looks like it's phase three data, but obviously, I mean, they're trying to print a, obviously, I mean, when you look at this press release, it looks good. It demonstrates statistically significant, but the market doesn't like it. It's that simple. So you'd have to dive in, really. William could probably do it a lot better, but dive in and say, well, okay, that's the reason it's down. That's just a huge, huge drop. Market is saying they need, yeah, I mean, that is it. I mean, all the great press releases that you see, we did this, we did that, but okay, how are you going to fund it? And funding usually means dilution, having to raise money. Or the other thing is, what's the market for it? Again, I didn't read this at all, but what is the market potential for some of these things? Is E-Trade okay to run on Brokers Plus? Well, it's supposed to be. I mean, it's one of the ones that we do support, so it is supposed to be. I don't run it. I mean, I don't have E-Trade, so I've never had any experience, but we certainly, it's one of the two brokerages that we do support with Brokerage Plus. The other one, guys, I mean, really keep an eye on this GTLB. I mean, it's just sort of hovering around 47. I mean, if it takes out 47 at some point, on some good volume, I'd like to see some volume coming in because again, look left, it's got all the room, but still has room on the daily chart. The next high is 51. So keep an eye on a 47 break for that one. All right, guys. Day two of the test drive is coming close to an end, but there is still time. If you do want to take part in this test drive, you actually have until Friday to do it. With a major caveat, of course. Want to be totally upfront. So the test drive, click on the test drive, and it started yesterday. So that is how you get the 10 days, okay? And it goes to the 20th inclusive, okay? So if you sign up right now, you'll get the balance of today plus 8 trading days. It will still cost $11.11, okay? So don't think you're going to get 10 trading days starting from today. Okay, just want to make sure. Let me try to answer Julio. Okay, let me give you our homepage link and ask that very question. I'm going to show you. You should have had it by now, for sure. Unless you just signed up. I know sometimes the email takes a bit, just but let me show you what I'm talking about. Hey, Raya Glad, just give me a moment. So when you click on the homepage link, wait for the little pop-up. Okay, the questions and answers. Click on the ask and say, hey, I just signed up. Give them the email that you use to sign up for it, okay? So they can check to see what's happening. So it's important that you give them the email they use to sign up, and then they can check to see what's happening, okay? Okay, Julio, did you get that? Just want to make sure you heard me and saw what you should do. Yeah, I mean, so I mean, first of all, I don't take every trade. And some days some days I won't take any trades from the AI. They have to meet my requirements. But yes, I use using it like a watch list. Okay, not meant to be just pile into the trade the first when you get the entry price. It's a suggestion, and you have a stop. That's the one thing I would certainly always follow. But you can always, you click on it. I mean, if you have any trading experience whatsoever, you heard me talk. Well, you probably didn't hear me talk about GTLV, but when we got that alert at 9:41, it actually dropped, and it dropped down here, and then it moved back up. And I said, listen, put a price alert right at the original price alert, which was 43.74, because you can sort of say to yourself, well, I guess maybe it was a little bit early. Let's see if it comes back. And sure enough, it did. As an example, I'm not saying they're all going to be doing the same thing. Okay. But just as an example, that's what I'd be doing. The Sienna was the same thing. The Sienna, I don't know what it's doing now. I mean, it's not as dramatic, but we had the alert to short it. It actually worked pretty well. I think the short was at 42.60 and it got down to 41.76. I mean, not bad, almost a dollar. And then it popped up. And I said, okay, if you missed it the first time, set a price alert at the original alert. And if you had done that, it actually, so you could have taken it, in that area, and it actually got even lower, 41.52, as an example. I use it like a watch list. Not meant to be auto traded. In fact, I want to strike auto trading from everybody's dictionary. And we don't get so many that, it's not like you have 100 of them and you have to try to figure out. Even the HOTH, at the beginning, it looked like, okay, it popped up, came back down, and then it popped up over again. And it thought, okay, maybe it'll continue. Just didn't. Shoot, that BMR triggered while I was in this marketing meeting. Remember, I put an alert around 1314 or 1314, 314. Yeah. So I noticed it popped up, it popped back down, and then it came right back up again, and boom. I mean, from 314 to about 350, great percentage move. If you're not using price alerts, guys, I mean, you're not taking full advantage of the product, in my opinion. Some things just set up, you might think some things just set up later on. And so, put a price alert somewhere where you think, if it hit that price alert, that it would be interesting to see it again. No, these are the ones that are on the AI list, as you say, our watch list. Wait, they don't disappear. These are the only alerts today, 5 of them from the AI. They don't disappear unless, there's a filter that you can get rid of ones that are stopped out and stuff like that. I never do because they might come back. But no, these are the only alerts today. Don't get too many. I mean, I'm very happy with. I mean, there was a time where some days you'd get, oh man, 20 alerts, just too many. But I haven't seen a day like that in a long, long, long time. So I don't know. Listen. I'll be perfectly honest. I don't know when you say TWS. I mean, I see classic TWS. I mean, I'm going to have to plead ignorance. I mean, I've been using IB forever. I haven't clicked on Mosaic. I don't know. I see classic TWS. Okay, well, yeah, then Mosaic, sure. I mean, I've got it on Mosaic. So yes, the answer is yes. So yeah, you can trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to, using this window that we call Brokers Plus. But Jim, you did this though, right? You had to do this, tools, options, and then open and dock window. Yeah, it just seems to be another step. Before all we'd have to do is do that, the dock, shut down Brokerage Plus, and then load it again, and it would go into one of the docks. That was it. Sounds like that's almost the same. That's how you had to do it before. It's the only one, that makes you go through those steps. All right, guys, doesn't look like well, it's still a little bit early, but it doesn't look like GTLB is going to take out 47. May not, but I have my price alert still set up there. You mean it went into here, into this, into AI? You're talking about AI strategies? It's got to go into somewhere if that's what you mean. You're talking about when you docked it, you saw a tab and it said Brokerage Plus. Yeah, it's got to go somewhere. I mean, why it picked this one, I don't know. Maybe it's because you clicked on that last, before you went through the exercise. Bottom line is, as long as you can see the tab, then it's easy enough to move. I'm keeping an eye on this NVCR if it takes out 47 again, guys. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on it. Okay, well, long as it worked. Again, docking is not something that anybody has to do. And I don't usually talk too much about it just because it can, especially if a person is new and they think, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn all that? You don't have to. All right. EFTR. Okay. EFTR. And you're demanding that I look left. Okay. Oops. Okay. There's that little bug that crap. Okay. Just give me a moment here. Okay. Good. EFTR. Look left. Oh, it's a real cheap one. Okay. Let's take a look. I'll get a weekly chart up and take a look. Very cheap. Can't even, I can't even expand this. Why? Can't even look left. I'm trying to zoom in on this weekly chart. I don't seem to be able to. Just give me a moment. Well, I'll take your word for it. That look. Oh, here we go. Okay, so what you're seeing is the next high looking left looks like around 2, right? Well, it's come from in a month. It's come from 48 to 130, 140. All right, so this NVCR is a little bit under 47. It's a spread. That's kind of an issue sometimes. I'm sort of losing interest in it because of that spread sometimes. Well, right now it's not bad. 88.93. It's not bad. Ooh, okay, now it's not bad. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening on the G triple I after that red bar board. Not bad. There's that red bar ignored that Vicky was talking about a long time ago. This is back at around 12:45. So it did move from that high of 2007, inched its way up. Shady's talking about AI again. Another difficult for me anyway, intraday trader. Just a lot of chop up and down, big tails. Yeah, Pete, that is yeah, lawyers coming out of the woodwork regarding the NVCR. Now look at the G triple I guys. This has a little bit of room still. 2171 is the next high looking left for G triple I. Well, Tank, are you back in the room? I'm looking at my favorite stock and used to be yours. All right, Todd. All right, guys. So things have slowed down for me quite a bit. So, any questions? Kind of watching the G triple I to see if it has a big rush into the close. There's still room for it to run. Ah, Carl stock, IEP. Let's see what's happening. IEP. So it took out last week's high, guys. IEP just took out last week's high. So let's see. There's your next high, 32. Again, just absolutely got beaten up, coming from $51 down to 18 in about a month. Well, guys, this is interesting. Very speculative, of course. So the high was 2386. Last week's high was 2386. So it's starting to move somewhat. Relative volume is low, but that is a bit misleading because of all the huge, it's comparing itself to these huge weekly volume. So it's a little misleading, but nonetheless, if there, see if he's come out. I really haven't seen him come out and defended. Maybe he did last week. I don't know. Hey, Julio, did it work? Did you get set up? I'm just trying. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yes, it did, Mayhow. SDA went from 57 to 12 in 1 week. 1 week. Yes, it did. Wow. So look at this. So this just this is back 2386, guys. 2386, I guess, is the key level for this to try to hold. That is the high of last week. This meaning IEP. Okay, IEP trying to hold the high of last week. Now pretty big sell off. There's a big topping tail there. Hey, guess what's back up almost to 47 is GTLB. GTLB. Really close now again to that 47. Still intrigued with this Dawn, BAWN, going forward. What is it doing today? So it is, a little bit positive here, but the only reason is because of all these crazy price targets that have been put on this, ranging from I think 38 to $50, and that is for that was from yesterday. I'm saying it's going to happen, of course, but ABH home builder. Yeah, maybe not enough room. 48, 48.70 sad, not enough room. 48.79, it's at 48.08 right now. That would not be a big enough percentage increase. When do they have earnings? Not till June. Hey, guys, keep an eye on G triple I, maybe for a late day move. Okay. G triple I, keep an eye on GTLB for a late day move. Sort of. So the question is that momentum up scanner the one you offer from your homepage under Momo? The only difference, well, there could be. Let me load it. It's going to be a little bit different. Same principle, but a little bit different. So let me load it. Okay, what you'll see here is every time a stock makes a new high, you'll see it in a sort of like a list, like the same stock over and over and over again. Like if LCTX just made another new high, you'll see it again. Okay, you'll see it in a list, kind of like this. Okay, kind of like this. See how triple I over and over and over again every time it made a new high. Okay, this is organized just a little bit differently. So, and you have your pick because I do have this one. It's called Momo. That's what it looks like. But I also have the docked, what's called the docked momentum up and down. And this is what it would look like. So the difference is this, is that if G triple I makes another new high, you will see it and you'll see the time and you'll see the price. You just won't see it over and over in a list like this, if that makes sense. If GGAL makes a new high for the day, you'll see it. It'll be right at the top of the list, but you just won't see the symbol over and over and over again. You'll see it every time it makes a new high at the top of the list and the time and the price. It's just a different way of organizing. Okay. And since we've been talking, there's been nothing. Okay. So I kind of like this presentation rather than seeing something over and over and over again in a list, but it's up to you. Yes, there is, and this is still a bug, which I don't understand why they can't fix it. Because if I wanna go to yesterday, I think it jumps a day. Yeah, it jumps a day. So, this is going back to Friday. I don't understand why what's wrong with this history. I really don't. Well, the answer is yes. You just can't go yesterday. Now, tomorrow you'll see yesterdays. If okay, I don't understand. They know about it. I don't understand why it's hard to fix. All right, guys. G triple I just made another new high right now. Yeah, if you specify the specific date, but that doesn't, I mean, we have yesterday. Yeah, you can go to the time frame, I guess, and then specify the date. But that is, okay. I mean, I don't know why it jumps a day. Oh, as a workaround. Yeah. Okay. So you can do it, but as a workaround, you'll have to specify the day in the calendar. Okay. So fail, fail. Usernames and passwords are case sensitive. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. They are case sensitive. Okay. If it says error is bad username, typically that means, it has to be put in exactly, it's case sensitive. Password and username is case sensitive. So I would say that's 99.9% of the time when you get that error, is that either A, you've given like what you thought was the email that you wanted to use, and maybe you spelled it incorrectly or something like that, and now or it's the case sensitive that gets people. I've never even used the date function. So let's just say time frame. I always find this confusing. So I guess that was it yesterday. Wow, William. You know why I'm saying that three times? I think you left some money on the table here on the NVCR. Yeah, Pete, just what William said. I mean, you can look at so many of these so-called class action suits. Well, not so-called, that's what they're called. Class action suits, and just like William said, and stocks that drop, these guys come out of the woodwork. I think I see Shawl, if that's how you pronounce it, Shal or Shawl. I think I see them a lot, but you'll see so many of these, whether it makes any difference or not, I don't know. Okay, guys, so I will probably shut this down at around 3:20. So we have another 14 minutes or so. So again, good time to ask questions before I do wrap this up for the day. That was a big bounce, boy. That was a big bounce. That's about a $3 bounce. 46 to 49. Yeah. Ah, sorry to hear that, Rod. Always another day. Okay, so Fal, I cannot help you. Okay, so again, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to send you to our homepage and have them look at your account. What's happening? Okay. I don't I can't get into the accounting aspect of it. I don't have access. So click on that homepage link again, do the ask, say, hey, what's going on? Here's my email. Now you're not trying to have both open at the same time, are you? The web-based version and the desktop version? You're not trying to have them both open at the same time? Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I apologize. I just cannot help you because I can't see your account. Yeah, it's got to be something crazy happening, but just go to the homepage again and say what's going on. My password and username worked. My username and password worked on the desktop application. I'm trying to do the same thing in the web-based version, and it should be exactly the same username and password, but it's not allowing me in. I'm assuming that's what's happening. What happened, Jaskel? What was the big loss? Now, I'll always ask the question, did you have a stop, or was this a series of losses that just added up to a big loss? What was the big loss? Was there any specific one? Specific stock? A series, okay. So you did have stops. You just getting stopped out? Okay. Give me an example of one, and let's see where you took it, and then maybe we can analyze it. Well, guys, G triple I did its thing. Not a bad little move. Thank you, Pepe. Try another browser, perhaps to see if it's a cookie issue. No, the first alert you'll get from the AI is 9:35. Okay, that's the first alert that you could possibly get. The first alert was at 9:40, and we rarely get any in the afternoon. I would say that 11 o'clock is kind of a cutoff. And again, that doesn't mean, well, man, I can only trade in the afternoon. That doesn't matter. These are, as a watch, I know I'm not talking to you specifically, but just in general, remember, this is a watch list. So something could have set up in the morning, maybe fell a bit, and then come back in the afternoon. I mean, it's just as a watch list without you're having to generate it on your own. Theo came out with a weak refutation. I love that word, refutation. I love it. Well, sometimes they don't do it the same day, but oops, no data to. Why does it do that? Are you guys seeing the same thing sometimes with your interactive brokers? Those of you with interactive brokers on your headline and it says no data to display. I don't know if that's a Canadian thing or not. And then this one works. The report, which contained numerous errors of fact, together with misleading and libelous content, appears to be a deliberate attempt to undermine the positive work that Tingo Group is undertaking across various worldwide markets. Well, at least they tried. Well, that's the thing. If it's libel, why aren't they threatening to sue them? Exactly. Okay, let's take a look at GNPX. GNPX. Let's take a look at this one. Okay. Oh boy, so this is a sub $1 stock. Definitely not my specialty, but what price did you get in at? Oh, good. Okay. Okay, so it is annoying. Every now and then you get the no data. It started a couple of weeks ago. I thought maybe it was just Canada because I know, I don't know, months ago there was something wrong with the IB feed in Canada. All right, well, good to know it's affecting everybody. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of stocks under a dollar. Doesn't mean you can't trade them, but what price did you get in at? I'm just looking here. See, the other thing, this is what draws my attention right off the bat. The volume is terrible. Okay, Jaskell. I mean, I'm not trying to dump on you, okay? But I would never be taking, I mean, this is $160,000, $160,000, 160,000 shares, and it's only 45 minutes left. The relative volume is only 0.49, meaning it's not even trading normally, okay, in terms of volume. So that's the first thing I'd be looking at, and I'd say, well, I could never trade that. Is there another one? Or are they all kind of like that? Maybe it's, you're trying to get into stocks with very low volume and hoping that it pops. I don't think so. I don't think he's trading paper. Otherwise, I don't think he would have said, had a big loss today. Give me another one. Not again, I'm not trying to dump on you at all. I just want to. Well, as Steve, as William said, the market is basically saying they got to raise a lot of money in VCR because you're right. I mean, when you look initially at the press release, it doesn't look bad, and you've got some of these firms reiterating a $95 price target. But where are they in this? Okay, I'm just trying to see where I saw that. Yeah, so the press release looked good, but as William pointed out, the market is probably saying, you know what, they got to raise a lot of money. And so raising a lot of money means, I mean, now should it be down that much just because they probably have to raise money? Probably not. It doesn't matter what we think, does it? The market is telling us. All right. So there's vendors. See, and I can't, I don't have the time usually to dive into these press releases and figure out. But as vendor is saying, was a device they already use for brain tumors. The issue was the study design and the failure to use standard treatment in a majority of enrolled patients. So, I mean, they can paint up, that press release, you're right, it looked pretty good. See if I can find it here. It was in IB before. Yeah, this is the same thing I read. You know, demonstrates statistically significant and clinically meaningful extension, et cetera, et cetera. All very positive words. Very positive words, right? But doesn't matter. Market is telling us those positive words mean squat right now. Hoth was a big one. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean Hoth, but again, if you had a stop, I didn't get into money management too much today, but the way I trade is I basically try to have the same risk amount per trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, excuse me, 500 the next trade, 50 the next trade. I try to keep my risk amount about the same. So I'm not, I don't load up on one thinking, this is going to be the one and put a big risk. And if it doesn't work, that can destroy the day. So consequently, there is not one trade that, when I get out, it's not like it's not devastating. It's just a manageable loss. Well, the other thing is the market's always right. The market's always right. In the time frame you're looking at, the market is always right. And you can drive yourself crazy trying to figure out, well, why did that happen when everything looks so good? Or conversely, company comes up with looking like dreadful news and it just rebounds big, you know. How did Carl stock end up doing? IEP. It'd be interesting this one tomorrow, guys. I mean, if it closes near the high today, I mean, that means it'll be above yet last week's high. Who knows? Maybe it'll start to, scratch and claws its way back a little bit. I mean, it came from $50. BDSB, an active trader, that's for sure. Well, it had a big move after hours, and then it had it was sort of holding the after hour gains this morning, but market opens and splat. Wainwright sticking to its buy rating this morning. Let's see if I can see any news. BDS biotech stock defended on Wall Street after sell-off. Well, there was a conference call of some sort. I don't know. Yeah, I can't see any specific news on it, but Mawit, I don't swing trade. Okay. Very, very, very rarely do I swing trade. Okay. I'm not a swing trader. I get rid of everything by the end of the day. The only way I will swing trade, I used to give me a moment. If I still have this up and running. Okay. Yeah, this is so I used to show this, okay, but remember, I rarely swing trade. But if I were going to, so this is an example I gave. This is a true stock. This is a daily chart, okay? It's not made up. So check the daily weekly chart for a large gap. The larger the better, so the potential resistance is far away. Now, this is an extreme. I mean, this is up at 15 and this is down at 3. It doesn't have to be that big, but okay. Where's the 200-day moving average? If it's far enough away, it doesn't have to be below the current price, but if it's far enough away, fine. I will never, ever hold through earnings. Okay. I don't care what anybody tells me. Oh, you gotta, because I hear that this is going to be fantastic. I don't hold through earnings. And then I want the stock to close near the high of the day. It doesn't have to be right to the penny, but for instance, I don't want to have to fight. Let's say this PDSB, let's say, the first three things worked and it's up at 727 and it drops all the way down to, and it closes down at 6. I don't have to fight today's high tomorrow. So I would want this to close near the high. I'm just using this as an example. Okay. So that's the only way I swing trade, but I rarely swing trade. Okay. So, okay. I mean, if you want, you can take a screenshot of this. Oops. Like a G triple I, guys. G triple I. 21 challenge now. Reading is not easy, Jaskell. Yes, it is not easy. I mean, there's a lot, and I hate to, well, I don't know what experience you've got, but, practice in our simulator. Tomorrow I'll do some simulated trades. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm done. If there are any questions, I will stick around. Otherwise, I'll shut the room down now. I'll open it. I'll be live on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Hey guys. Okay, thanks everybody. And let me just get the script in here. So again, have a great evening. Whoops, wrong gear. Okay, as always, thank you for all the help. Thank you for being a civil group also. Always makes the job as a moderator a lot easier. See you tomorrow, guys. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. There's no such okay, KDB. There's no real answer to that. What's the simplest way to use Holly? I mean, as I've said probably all day, use it like a watch list. You have to have some trading experience, though. I mean, I said quite a few times with using JTLB as an example. You got the alert at 43.74. It didn't move higher. It actually moved lower. So what I'd be doing is, okay, maybe it was just a little early, set a price alert at that original entry price. And if it triggers, then you at least know about it and see what happens. And you could have easily taken this trade probably for $3. But is that the simplest way? Not unless you are, it's not unless, you have to have some trading experience. There's no simple way, okay, to trade. Holly is just a Holly is just a tool, okay? It's not the magic money machine, but it only gives you a few alerts to follow all day. The same thing as I said with the CIEN. You got the alert to short it. It did move down nicely, and then it moved higher, and then again it came back down to the short alert price. So if you miss it the first time, you could have taken it the second time. So there are not that many alerts that happen with Holly. So you can always, if the trade isn't working out the first time and you haven't taken it, even if you took it, then you have a stop. But you can always set a price alert at the original alert price and follow it all day long. Now, whether that's the simplest way, that's how I use it though. All right, guys, YouTubers, I'll shut you guys down now too. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern.